Welcome back, legends, and if you're new here, welcome to the ultimate world of magical what-if fanfictions. Here, we explore alternate destinies, unstoppable power awakenings, and the darkest secrets the wizarding world never revealed. In today's video, what if Harry Potter was bound to Bellatrix in a forbidden dark romance? We uncover a question that could change Harry Potter's fate forever. And hey, if you love powerful Harry Potter alternate stories, make sure to hit that subscribe button right now. Because we upload daily magical what-if videos you definitely don't want to miss. Alright, let's unlock the magic, and witness how Harry's entire destiny is rewritten. The air in the Department of Mysteries tasted like copper and ash. Harry's wand trembled in his grip as he stared across the shattered remains of the prophecy room. Death Eaters surrounded them, Neville bleeding against a broken shelf, Luna's wand snapped in half, Ron unconscious near the door. Hermione's scream still echoed in his ears, a sound that would haunt him long after this night ended. If there was an after. And there she stood, Bellatrix Lestrange. Wild dark curls framed a face that might have been beautiful once, before Azkaban had carved madness into every line. Her lips curved into a smile that promised pain, her wand pointed directly at his chest. The purple robes she wore were torn and singed, but she moved like a dancer, graceful, predatory, utterly insane. Her eyes gleamed with something Harry recognized from the mirror sometimes. Hunger. But hers was for destruction, while his was for justice. Little Potter, she sang, her voice a mockery of sweetness. All alone now, aren't we? No Dumbledore to save you. No precious godfather. Don't. The word ripped from Harry's throat, raw and broken. His fingers tightened around his wand until his knuckles turned white. The wood seemed to vibrate in his hand, responding to the fury building inside him like a storm desperate to break free. Sirius falling through the veil, his eyes wide with surprise, his hand reaching for something he'd never grasped. Harry had watched his godfather die less than an hour ago, and the wound felt fresh enough to bleed. It wasn't the dull ache of his parents' deaths, distant memories he could barely recall. This was immediate, visceral, a gaping hole in his chest that threatened to swallow him whole. Bellatrix's laughter cut through the air like broken glass. Oh, did I strike a nerve? Poor baby Potter, always losing the ones he loves. First Mummy and Daddy, then the filthy half-breed godfather. She twirled her wand between her fingers, casual and mocking. Tell me, does it hurt? Knowing you're the reason they're all dead. Something inside Harry cracked. The rage he'd been holding back, through Umbridge's torture, through Voldemort's visions, through every loss and betrayal, exploded outward. His magic responded instantly, crackling along his skin like lightning, making the air around him shimmer with heat. He could feel it building in his core, wild and dangerous and demanding release. Shut up, Harry whispered, but his voice carried across the chamber like thunder. Shut up, shut up, shut up. He raised his wand, magic surging through him with an intensity he'd never experienced. This wasn't the controlled spellwork Hermione practiced or the precise wandwork Flitwick taught. This was raw power, primal and ancient, begging to be unleashed. Crucio. The curse left his lips before he could think, red light exploding from his wand with such force that it lit up the entire chamber. The spell screamed through the air, leaving a trail of heat in its wake. Bellatrix dodged with inhuman speed, cackling as she spun away. Her robes billowed around her as she landed in a crouch, her eyes gleaming with something that looked almost like pride. That's it, Potter. Feel it. Feel the hate. She stood slowly, her movements deliberate and taunting. But you can't mean it, can you? Not really. You're too good, too pure, too much like your mudblood mother. Stupefy. Expelliarmus. Incendio. Reducto. Harry threw spell after spell, his magic wild and uncontrolled. The room erupted into chaos, shelves exploding into splinters, glass raining down like deadly snow, blue flames racing across the stone floor and up the walls. The prophecy orbs shattered one after another, their contents spilling out in ghostly whispers that were immediately drowned by the sounds of destruction. But Bellatrix danced through it all, laughing like this was the most fun she'd had in years. Is that all you've got? She taunted, deflecting his curses with lazy flicks of her wand. The boy who lived, and you fight like a child throwing a tantrum. Let me show you real magic. She slashed her wand through the air in a complicated pattern. The curse hit Harry square in the chest, and the world exploded into agony. Pain. Pure, white-hot, all-consuming pain. Every nerve in his body caught fire. His bones felt like they were splintering from the inside out, his blood boiling beneath his skin. He tried to scream, but his throat had forgotten how to work. The Cruciatus curse was everything Hermione had warned him about and worse, so much worse. It wasn't just physical torment. It was the complete destruction of self, the obliteration of everything that made him Harry Potter. He could feel himself breaking. Then, just as abruptly, it stopped. Harry collapsed to his knees, gasping, his vision swimming with tears and spots of darkness. Through the haze, he saw Bellatrix approaching, her boots clicking against the stone floor. Each step seemed to echo in his skull, loud as cannon fire. She crouched in front of him, close enough that he could smell smoke and something sweet, like rot masked by perfume. "You killed him," Harry choked out, his voice barely a whisper. Blood trickled from his nose, warm and metallic on his lips. "Sirius. I freed him," Bellatrix corrected, tilting her head like a curious bird studying prey. "From the burden of caring for something as pathetic as you." She reached out, her fingers cold as they traced his jaw with unexpected gentleness. "Tell me, Potter, does it hurt? Knowing you'll always be alone. That everyone you love will die because of you. Because that's your destiny, isn't it? Death follows you like a shadow." Harry jerked away from her touch, fury giving him strength he shouldn't have. His magic flared in response to his rage, crackling visibly along his arms. "I'll kill you." "No." Bellatrix's smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed too white in the dim light. "You won't. Because you don't have it in you. You're weak, just like your mudblood mother. All love and sacrifice and no real power." Something inside Harry snapped. Not cracked. Not bent. Snapped. Magic surged through him, but this wasn't like anything he'd experienced before. It felt ancient, older than Hogwarts, older than wands and spells and everything he'd been taught. It rose from somewhere deep inside him, from a place he hadn't known existed. The air around them began to shimmer and warp, reality itself bending under the weight of whatever was happening. Bellatrix's eyes widened, not with fear, but with fascination. Well, she breathed, her voice almost reverent. "What's this? What are you doing, Potter?" Harry didn't know. He only knew that power was flooding through him, demanding release, and Bellatrix was right there, within reach. His hand shot out on instinct, grabbing her wrist, and the world exploded into light. The magic that erupted from their contact was unlike anything either of them had experienced. It wasn't a spell. It wasn't a curse. It was something fundamental, something that rewrote reality itself. Silver and black light wrapped around them, binding their wrists together, searing into their skin with heat that should have been unbearable but somehow wasn't. Bellatrix screamed, not in pain, but in shock, as ancient runes carved themselves into her flesh, glowing black against her pale skin. Harry felt it too. Fire racing up his arm, marking him, claiming him. The runes appeared on his wrist in silver, intricate patterns that seemed to pulse with their own heartbeat. And with the marks came, her. Her emotions crashed into his mind like a tidal wave, overwhelming and impossible to block. Madness and devotion and obsession and rage, all tangled together in a knot so complex he couldn't begin to unravel it. Memories that weren't his flooded his consciousness, Azkaban's darkness pressing in from all sides, Voldemort's cold praise sending shivers of pleasure down a spine that wasn't his, the savage joy of inflicting pain on those who couldn't fight back. And beneath it all, buried so deep he almost missed it, loneliness. A yawning, aching emptiness that mirrored his own. Bellatrix gasped, her free hand clutching at her chest as if she could physically remove the intrusion. "What did you do?" Her voice had lost its mocking edge, replaced by something raw and vulnerable and almost human. "What did you? I can feel you, your grief, your anger, your—" She broke off, her breath coming in short, panicked gasps. Harry could feel her too. Her presence in his mind, invasive and foreign and impossible to ignore. It was like having another person living inside his skull, their thoughts and emotions bleeding into his own until he couldn't tell where he ended and she began. Their magic had tangled together, creating something neither of them had intended. A bond, a binding. The light faded gradually, leaving them both staring at the marks on their wrists. The runes glowed softly in the dim chamber, silver against Harry's skin, black against Bellatrix's. They were mirror images of each other, intricate and beautiful and utterly terrifying. Even without touching, Harry could feel the connection between them, a living thing that pulsed with magic and tied them together in ways he didn't understand. "No," Harry whispered, his voice breaking. "No, no, no." Bellatrix laughed, but it sounded brittle now, almost hysterical. The manic edge was still there, but underneath it was something sharper. "Fear. You bound us. You stupid, foolish boy. Do you have any idea what you've done?" She held up her wrist, the black runes seeming to ride in the light. "Soul magic. The rarest and most dangerous kind. It connects two people on a fundamental level: magic, emotions, life force." Her lips curved into a bitter smile that held no humor. "Congratulations, Potter. You've tied yourself to your godfather's murderer." The words hit like a physical blow, driving the air from Harry's lungs. Harry's vision blurred with tears he refused to shed. Sirius was gone, and Harry had, what? Bound himself to the woman who'd killed him. It was too cruel, too twisted to be real. This had to be a nightmare, another vision from Voldemort meant to torture him. But the bond pulsed at his wrist, warm and undeniable, and he knew with sinking certainty that this was real. "I didn't mean to," he whispered, but the words sounded pathetic even to his own ears. "Doesn't matter." Bellatrix resumed her pacing, her movements sharp and agitated like a caged animal. "Intent is irrelevant with old magic. You felt something powerful enough to trigger it, and now we're stuck." She laughed again, but there was no humor in it, only a desperate edge that made Harry's skin crawl. "The Dark Lord is going to kill me." Harry's head snapped up, confusion cutting through his grief. "What? He'll see this as betrayal." Bellatrix's hand moved unconsciously to the dark mark on her forearm, fingers tracing the serpent and skull branded into her skin. "A bond with you, of all people. Harry Potter, his greatest enemy, his equal, she broke off, shaking her head. "He won't forgive this. He doesn't forgive anything." "Good," Harry said coldly, surprised by the venom in his own voice. "Maybe he'll do my job for me." Bellatrix's eyes flashed dangerously, the vulnerability vanishing behind familiar cruelty. "Careful, Potter. If I die, the bond might take you with me. Soul magic doesn't like being severed. It binds life to life." She took a step closer, her presence overwhelming despite the distance between them. "We're connected now. Truly, inescapably connected. What happens to one might very well happen to the other." The implication hung heavy in the air, suffocating. They were connected now. If one of them died, the other might follow. It was the most horrifying thing Harry could imagine, his life tied to hers, dependent on the continued existence of someone he hated with every fiber of his being. Someone who'd laughed as Sirius fell. Someone who served Voldemort willingly, gleefully. "There has to be a way to break it," Harry said desperately, hating how his voice shook. "If there is, I don't know it." Bellatrix moved to study her wrist more closely, her expression calculating. "But all research. I have resources. Books the Ministry would burn on sight, knowledge that would see me kissed by Dementors." She glanced at him, her dark eyes unreadable. "You're going to have to stay with me. Like hell. Where else will you go?" Bellatrix's voice was sharp, cutting. "Back to your precious order. Dumbledore will sense the bond immediately. He'll lock you up, study you, maybe even try to use you as bait to get to the Dark Lord." She set her shoulders, suddenly looking more composed despite the chaos around them. "And if you go back, the Dark Lord will find you through me. This bond, it works both ways, Potter. I can feel you, and eventually, he'll feel you too. Through me." Harry's stomach twisted. She was right, and he hated that she was right. Hated that his only option was to trust the woman who'd murdered his godfather, who'd tortured countless others, who served the darkest wizard alive. Footsteps echoed through the chamber, multiple sets approaching fast. The other Death Eaters were coming, drawn by the explosion of magic. Bellatrix's head snapped toward the sound, her body tensing like a predator preparing to flee. "Move," she hissed, grabbing Harry's arm. The bond flared at the contact, sending heat racing through both of them. Harry gasped at the sensation, not painful, but intense, overwhelming. He could feel her urgency, her fear, her desperate need to escape before Voldemort arrived and discovered what had happened. "I'm not going anywhere with you. Then stay here and die when my lord arrives." Bellatrix's grip tightened, her nails digging into his skin. "Or come with me, and maybe we figure out how to break this." Harry's mind raced, panic and grief and fury all warring for dominance. His friends were injured, maybe dying. The order would come for him. Dumbledore would know what to do. But Sirius was gone, and this bond connected him to his killer, and if Voldemort found him now. The bond pulsed insistently, Bellatrix's. Fear bleeding into his own thoughts. Against every instinct, against everything he'd ever been taught, Harry made his choice. He ran. They fled through the Ministry's twisting corridors, their magic bound together, their fates irrevocably linked. Behind them, voices shouted and spells exploded against stone. But Harry barely heard them. All he could feel was Bellatrix, her fear, her excitement, her twisted joy at this impossible situation. It was invasive and wrong and he wanted it out of his head, but the bond wouldn't let him go. She dragged him through a doorway that shouldn't exist, into darkness that swallowed them whole. The last thing Harry heard was someone screaming his name, Hermione, maybe, or Remus, but then the darkness took him, and there was only silence. And the bond, warm and alive and wrong, pulsing at his wrist like a second heartbeat, binding him to the woman he should hate most in the world. Bellatrix's laughter echoed in the darkness, and somewhere deep in his mind, he felt her whisper. Mine. Chapter 2, Shattered Sanctuary. The darkness spat them out into rain. Harry hit the ground hard, his palms scraping against wet stone that tore skin and left blood mixing with rainwater. He gasped, trying to orient himself, but the world spun dizzyingly around him like he'd been caught in a whirlpool. Nausea rolled through his stomach, and for a moment he thought he might vomit. The bond on his wrist burned hot against the cold rain, pulsing in time with his racing heart, a constant reminder of what he'd done. What they'd done. Bellatrix stood a few feet away, her wild hair plastered to her face in dark, snake-like tendrils. Water poured from the sky in sheets, soaking through their robes within seconds, but she didn't seem to notice. She was staring at her own wrist, at the black runes that marked her skin, her expression something Harry had never seen before on her face. Not madness or cruelty, but genuine confusion mixed with something that might have been fear. Where are we? Harry demanded, struggling to his feet on shaking legs. His entire body felt like it had been put through a wringer, muscles aching, magic depleted, emotions raw and bleeding. The loss of Sirius was still fresh, a wound that refused to stop bleeding, and every breath felt like inhaling broken glass. Safe house, Bellatrix muttered, not looking at him. Her fingers traced the runes absently, her touch almost reverent. One of mine. The Dark Lord doesn't know about it. She finally raised her eyes, and Harry was struck by how focused they were. The manic gleam temporarily faded. We need to figure out what you did to us. What I did. Harry's voice cracked with fury that he couldn't contain. You're the one who. Sirius is dead because of you. The bond flared between them, carrying his rage directly into her mind like a physical blow. Bellatrix flinched, actually flinched, her hand flying to her temple as if she could physically block out his emotions. Stop that, she hissed through gritted teeth. Your emotions are too loud, like someone screaming directly into my skull. Good. Harry took a step toward her, his fists clenched so hard his nails bit into his palms. I hope they're deafening. I hope you feel every bit of what you took from me, every ounce of pain, every moment of grief. I feel it. The words exploded from her, raw and desperate in a way that was almost human. I feel all of it, you stupid boy. Your grief, your anger, your pathetic guilt over things you couldn't control. She pressed both hands to her head now, her face contorted in what looked like genuine pain. It's drowning me, filling every corner of my mind until I can't think straight. Make it stop. Harry opened his mouth to say. He didn't know how, that he didn't want to, but the words died in his throat. Because through the bond, he felt her. Really felt her. The emotions flooding from Bellatrix were chaotic and overwhelming, like trying to drink from a fire hose. Confusion, yes, sharp and disorienting. Anger, absolutely, burning hot and defensive. But beneath that, fear. Real, visceral, bone-deep fear that made his own panic seem small in comparison. She was terrified of this bond, of what it meant, of the connection that now tied her to the boy she'd been raised from childhood to hate and destroy. And deeper still, buried under layers of madness and cruelty and years of Azkaban's torture, curiosity. She was curious about him, about what he'd done, about the power that had created this impossible binding. Harry stumbled back, his hand clutching his chest as if he could physically remove her presence from his mind. I don't understand. Neither do I. Bellatrix lowered her hands slowly, her breathing ragged and uneven. Rain continued to pour down around them, turning the world into a gray, watery blur. But we need to get inside before someone tracks us. The Ministry will be searching, and the Dark Lord. She trailed off, but Harry felt her fear spike through the bond. Move. I'm not taking orders from you. Then freeze to death in the rain for all I care. Bellatrix stalked toward what Harry now realized was a small stone cottage, half hidden by overgrown vines and twisted trees that looked almost alive in the storm. Her robe swirled around her despite being soaked through. But the bond will keep you alive whether you want it to or not, and I'll feel every moment of your suffering. So please, Potter, be difficult. I'm sure hypothermia feels delightful. Harry hesitated, every instinct screaming at him to run, to fight, to do anything except follow the woman who'd killed Sirius. But where would he go? He didn't know where they were, could be anywhere in Britain, or even beyond. He didn't have his wand. When had he lost it? In the Department of Mysteries. During their escape, and the bond was pulling at him, creating a physical ache in his chest the farther Bellatrix walked away, like someone had tied a rope around his heart and was slowly tightening it. Cursing under his breath in words Hermione would have scolded him for, he followed. The cottage was small and surprisingly well kept for a Death Eater's hideout. A single room with a fireplace that dominated one wall, a narrow bed that looked like it had seen better days, and shelves lined with books and potion ingredients in jars that glowed faintly in the darkness. Bellatrix waved her wand, because of course she still had hers while he was defenseless, and the hearth roared to life with green-tinged flames. Warmth flooded the space immediately, but it did nothing to thaw the ice that had settled in Harry's veins. Sit, Bellatrix ordered, pointing to a worn chair near the fire with her wand. I'll stand. Sit, or I'll make you sit. Her wand was pointed at him now, steady and threatening despite her exhaustion. I need to think, and I can't do that with your teenage angst broadcasting at full volume like some kind of emotional radio station. Harry's jaw clenched hard enough to make his teeth ache, but he sat. The bond settled slightly, the ache in his chest easing to a dull throb. Bellatrix remained standing, pacing back and forth like a caged animal, her movements sharp and agitated. Through the bond, Harry could feel her mind working, fast, calculating, trying to piece together what had happened with the analytical precision of someone much more intelligent than her madness suggested. You used old magic, she said finally, her voice thoughtful and almost academic. Ancient. The kind that doesn't exist in textbooks anymore, that the Ministry pretends never existed. She stopped pacing abruptly, her dark eyes fixed on him with uncomfortable intensity. Where did you learn it? I didn't learn it, Harry shot back, frustration making his voice sharper than intended. I don't even know what I did, what that magic was. You bound us. Bellatrix held up her wrist, the black runes glowing faintly in the firelight like they were alive. Soul magic. The rarest and most dangerous kind, forbidden for good reason. It connects two people on a fundamental level, magic, emotions, life force, everything that makes us who we are. Her lips curved into a bitter smile that held no warmth. Congratulations, Potter. You've tied yourself to your godfather's murderer. How does that feel? The words hit like a Crucio curse, sharp and devastating. Harry's vision blurred with tears he refused to shed, refused to give her the satisfaction of seeing. Sirius. Sirius was gone, had fallen through that veil laughing, and Harry had, what? Bound himself to Bellatrix Lestrange. It was too cruel, too twisted, too perfectly designed to torture him for the rest of his life. I didn't mean to, he whispered, hating how broken his voice sounded. Doesn't matter. Bellatrix resumed her pacing, her movements increasingly agitated. Intent is irrelevant with old magic. You felt something powerful enough to trigger it, rage, grief, something primal, and now we're stuck. She laughed, but there was no humor in it, only a brittle, desperate edge. The Dark Lord is going to kill me. Slowly. Painfully. He'll make an example of me. Harry's head snapped up, confusion cutting through his grief. What? He'll see this as betrayal. Bellatrix's hand moved unconsciously to the dark mark on her forearm, fingers tracing the serpent and skull like a nervous habit. Harry could feel her fear through the bond, cold and sharp. A bond with you, of all people. Harry Potter, his greatest enemy, his equal according to that stupid prophecy. Her voice dropped to barely a whisper. He won't forgive this. He doesn't forgive anything, never has. Good. Harry said coldly, surprised by the venom in his own voice, by how much he meant it. Maybe he'll do my job for me. Bellatrix's eyes flashed dangerously, the vulnerability vanishing behind familiar cruelty like a mask snapping back into place. In 3 quick strides she crossed the distance between them, her wand at his throat before he could react. Careful, Potter. If I die, the bond might take you with me. Soul magic doesn't like being severed, it binds life to life, death to death. She leaned in close enough that he could see the flecks of gold in her dark eyes. We're connected now. What happens to one could very well happen to the other. The implication hung heavy in the air, suffocating in its finality. They were connected. If one of them died, the other might follow. It was the most horrifying thing Harry could imagine, his life tied to hers, dependent on the continued existence of someone he hated with every fiber of his being. Someone who'd laughed as Sirius fell. Someone who served Voldemort willingly, joyfully, devotedly. There has to be a way to break it, Harry said desperately, hating how his voice shook with fear and exhaustion. If there is, I don't know it. Bellatrix lowered her wand but didn't step back, studying him with unnerving intensity. But all research. I have resources. Books the ministry would burn on sight, knowledge that could see me executed, contacts who deal in magic most wizards don't believe exists. She finally stepped away, moving to the shelves. You're going to have to stay here with me. Like hell. Where else will you go? Bellatrix's voice was sharp, cutting through his protest. Back to your precious order. Dumbledore will sense the bond immediately. He's not stupid, Potter, no matter what the ministry thinks. He'll lock you up in some safe location, study you like a particularly interesting specimen, maybe even try to use you as bait to get to the Dark Lord. She pulled books from the shelves, their spines cracked and faded with age. And if you go back, the Dark Lord will find you through me. This bond works both ways. I can feel you, your magic, your location. Eventually, he'll feel you too, and then we're both dead. Harry's stomach twisted with the horrible realization that she was right. He couldn't go back. Not to Hogwarts, not to the Dursleys, not to the Order. The bond made him a liability, a danger to everyone he cared about. And if Voldemort discovered it, so what? He asked bitterly, defeat making his voice flat. I'm your prisoner now. You're my problem. Bellatrix summoned a blanket from the bed with a flick of her wand and threw it at him without looking. And I'm yours. We need to figure this out before both our worlds come crashing down around us. Harry caught the blanket reflexively, his mind reeling with the impossibility of his situation. Hours ago, had it only been hours, he'd been at Hogwarts, worried about exams and Voldemort's rising power and whether Cho Chang might actually like him. Now he was bound to a Death Eater, hiding in a cottage in the middle of nowhere, with no way home and no idea what came next. The bond pulsed at his wrist, a constant reminder of his catastrophic mistake. Bellatrix settled into a chair across from him, opening one of the ancient books with surprising care. The firelight cast shadows across her face, softening the harsh lines that Azkaban had carved and making her look almost human. Young, even, beneath the madness and cruelty. Harry hated noticing that, hated that the bond was already making him see her as something other than a monster. Tell me what you felt, she said without looking up from the book, her finger tracing lines of text he couldn't read from this distance. When the bond formed, what were you thinking? What did you want? Harry didn't want to answer, didn't want to give her anything. But the bond was there, connecting them, and he could feel her determination like an iron wall. She wouldn't stop asking until he told her, would probably hex him if he refused. I wanted you to hurt, he admitted quietly, each word feeling like pulling teeth. The way Sirius hurt when he fell. The way I was hurting watching him die. He stared at the flames, unable to meet her eyes, unable to face what he'd done. I wanted you to feel everything I felt. Every ounce of pain, every moment of loss. Bellatrix was silent for a long moment, so long Harry risked a glance at her face. Her expression was unreadable, carefully blank in a way that seemed deliberate. Well, she said finally, her voice oddly soft and lacking its usual mocking edge, you got your wish. And Harry realized with sinking, horrible clarity that she was right. Through the bond, she was feeling his grief right now. His rage at her, at Voldemort, at the universe for taking everyone he loved. His crushing sense of loss, the hole in his chest where Sirius used to be. Every emotion he'd tried to bury since watching his godfather fall through the veil was now shared with the woman who'd caused it all. It should have felt like justice, like the perfect revenge. Instead, it felt like torture. For both of them. The rain continued to hammer against the roof with relentless fury, and the fire crackled in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the walls. Bellatrix read in tense silence while Harry sat frozen, trapped in a nightmare he wouldn't wake from even if he could. The bond hummed between them, alive and insistent, binding them together in ways neither of them understood. Outside, the storm raged with no sign of stopping. Inside, something far more dangerous was beginning. A connection neither of them wanted. But neither could escape. Harry pulled the blanket tighter around himself, but it did nothing to warm the cold that had settled into his bones. Through the bond, he felt Bellatrix's exhaustion, her fear, her desperate need to find answers before everything fell apart. And beneath it all, so faint he almost missed it, her loneliness, as vast and consuming as his own. Morning came with pale gray light filtering through the cottage's single window. Harry woke with a start, his neck stiff from sleeping in the chair, muscles protesting every slight movement. For one blissful moment, just one precious second, he forgot where he was, forgot what had happened. Then the bond pulsed at his wrist like a second heartbeat, and everything came crashing back. Sirius falling through the veil, that look of surprise frozen on his face. Bellatrix's manic laughter echoing through the death chamber. The binding that had tied Harry's soul to the woman who'd murdered his godfather. He sat up slowly, wincing at the ache that had settled deep into his bones. Bellatrix was still at the table, surrounded by books that looked older than Hogwarts itself. She hadn't moved from her spot, though her eyes were bloodshot with broken capillaries visible in the whites, and her hands trembled slightly as she turned another page. Dark circles shadowed her eyes, making her look gaunt and almost fragile. Through the bond, Harry felt her exhaustion, sharp and grating like sandpaper against his consciousness. "Did you sleep at all?" he asked before he could stop himself, the words escaping without permission. She didn't look up from the ancient tome before her. "No. You should. Don't." Bellatrix's voice was flat, emotionless in a way that was somehow more unsettling than her usual mania. "Don't pretend to care, Potter. It's insulting to both of us, and we're beyond playing those games." Harry's jaw tightened with frustration. "I'm not pretending. The bond. I can feel how tired you are, how exhausted. It's distracting. Then feel it quietly." Bellatrix slammed the book shut with more force than necessary, sending dust motes dancing through the pale morning light. "I don't need your concern, your pity, or your teenage attempts at civility." But through the bond, Harry felt the lie as clearly as if she'd spoken it aloud. She was scared. Bone deep, visceral fear that she was hiding beneath layers of anger and sarcasm like armor. The books hadn't given her answers, hadn't provided the solution she desperately needed. Whatever this bond was, it was rare enough that even Bellatrix, a Death Eater with access to the darkest knowledge in the wizarding world, couldn't find a way to break it. And that terrified her. "Nothing?" Harry asked quietly, already knowing the answer but needing to hear it anyway. Bellatrix's shoulders sagged, just for a moment, before she caught herself and straightened. "There are references. Mentions of old magic, soul bonds, ancient rituals performed by druids and witches long before wands existed." She rubbed her eyes, smearing ink across her cheekbone in a black streak. "But nothing concrete. Nothing that tells us how to undo what you did, no clear instructions or spells." "What we did," Harry corrected, surprising himself with the impulse to share the blame. Bellatrix finally looked at him, her expression unreadable, dark eyes searching his face for something. "What? You said, what I did." Harry gestured helplessly at the marks on his wrist, the silver runes that seemed to pulse with their own light. "But this happened because of both of us. Your curse, my magic, the situation we were in. Whatever this is, we made it together." For a long moment, Bellatrix just stared at him, her face cycling through emotions too quickly for Harry to identify through the bond. Then she laughed. It wasn't her usual manic cackle that sent chills down people's spines. This was something quieter, more bitter, laced with exhaustion and a kind of resigned humor. "Potter, the righteous. Always taking responsibility, even for things that aren't your fault, even for binding yourself to a Death Eater." She stood, swaying slightly from exhaustion and lack of food. Fine, we did this. Happy now. Harry wasn't happy. He was exhausted and confused and so angry he could barely think straight, barely form coherent thoughts. But the bond was there, insistent and undeniable, and he could feel that beneath her mockery, Bellatrix was grateful. The emotion was faint, buried under layers of other feelings, but it was there. Grateful for what? He couldn't tell, didn't understand. We need food, Bellatrix announced, moving toward a small cupboard built into the wall. And a plan. A plan for what? For surviving the next few days without killing each other. She pulled out bread and cheese, both slightly stale and hardened at the edges. The bond is new, still forming. It's going to strengthen over time, which means our connection will get more intense, more invasive. She set the food on the table between them with deliberate care. We need to establish boundaries before we lose ourselves completely. Harry blinked, confused. Boundaries. I don't want you in my head any more than you want me in yours. Bellatrix cut the bread with sharp, precise movements, the knife scraping against the wooden board. We need to learn how to shield our thoughts, block our emotions from bleeding through constantly. Otherwise, we'll drive each other mad within a week. It made sense, even if Harry hated admitting it, hated that she was right. The bond was already overwhelming, Bellatrix's emotions constantly bleeding into his own, her presence a weight in the back of his mind that he couldn't shake. If it got stronger, if the connection deepened, how do we do that? He asked, reaching for a piece of bread. Occlumency. Bellatrix pushed a plate toward him, her movements controlled despite her exhaustion. You'll need to learn it. Properly, this time, not the half-assed attempt Snape made. Harry's stomach sank with dread. Snape tried to teach me. Snape is a fool who wouldn't know subtlety if it bit him on his hooked nose. Bellatrix's lip curled in disgust, genuine contempt bleeding through. Occlumency isn't about building walls, about shoving everything down and pretending it doesn't exist. It's about controlling the flow of information, deciding what to show and what to hide. It's an art, not a blunt instrument. She met his gaze, her dark eyes intense and focused. I can teach you. Why would you help me? Harry asked suspiciously, not trusting her sudden willingness. Because I don't want you broadcasting every teenage emotion into my brain at full volume. Bellatrix bit into her bread, chewing thoughtfully before swallowing. And because if you can't shield properly, the Dark Lord will find us faster. He'll sense you through me, through the connection between us. There it was again, the fear of Voldemort discovering the bond, raw and immediate. Harry picked at his food, his mind racing with possibilities and dangers. What will he do if he finds out about this? Bellatrix's expression darkened like storm clouds gathering. He'll see it as weakness. Contamination. A betrayal of the highest order. Her hand moved to her dark mark again, that nervous gesture Harry was starting to recognize, fingers tracing the skull compulsively. He doesn't tolerate failure, Potter. And being bound to you, to Harry Potter of all people, that's the ultimate failure in his eyes. Then why did you follow him? The question burst out before Harry could stop it, fueled by genuine confusion. If he's so terrible, if he treats you like this, why serve him? Don't. Bellatrix's voice turned sharp, dangerous, her wand suddenly in her hand though Harry hadn't seen her draw it. You don't get to judge my choices, boy. You know nothing about what I've lived through. But the bond betrayed her completely. Through their connection, Harry felt it, the tangled mess of devotion and fear and desperate need for approval that drove Bellatrix's loyalty to Voldemort. It wasn't simple blind devotion or pure madness. It was something far more complicated, rooted in years of manipulation and broken promises and twisted affection. The Dark Lord had shaped her, molded her, made her into his perfect weapon. And she loved him for it even as she feared him. It made Harry sick to his stomach. He's using you, Harry said quietly, meeting her eyes despite the wand pointed at his face. Can't you see that? Bellatrix's wand was at his throat before he could blink, the tip pressing into his skin hard enough to bruise. One more word, she hissed, her face inches from his, breath hot against his skin, and bond or no bond, I will make you regret it. I will show you pain you can't imagine. Harry held perfectly still, his heart hammering against his ribs. Through the bond, he felt her rage, hot and defensive and covering up something that felt uncomfortably like shame, like the truth she refused to acknowledge. They stared at each other, the wand pressing into Harry's skin, the bond crackling between them with dangerous energy that made the air feel electric. Finally, Bellatrix lowered her wand with visible effort. "Eat," she said, her voice tight and controlled. "We start training after breakfast." Harry didn't argue, didn't push further. They ate in tense silence, the bond humming between them like a live wire ready to spark. Every few seconds, Harry caught flashes of Bellatrix's thoughts, fragments of memories he couldn't quite grasp, half-formed plans, the constant underlying fear of discovery. It was disorienting and invasive, like having someone else's dreams bleeding into his waking thoughts, and Harry hated every second of it. When they finished, Bellatrix cleared the table with a wave of her wand, the dishes floating to a small basin. She turned to face him, her expression shifting into something more clinical, almost professorial. "Occlumency," she began, her tone taking on a lecturing quality that reminded Harry uncomfortably of Snape, "is about mental discipline. You need to organize your thoughts, compartmentalize your emotions into manageable pieces." She tapped her temple with one pale finger. "Think of your mind as a library. Every memory, every feeling, is a book on a shelf. Your job is to decide which books someone can read, which ones stay closed. Snape said it was about clearing my mind, making it blank. Snape is an idiot who never understood the finer points." Bellatrix's eyes flashed with irritation. "You can't clear your mind, Potter. Not really, not completely. Emotions are always there, bubbling under the surface like magma waiting to erupt." She began to pace, her movements sharp and agitated. "What you can do is choose which emotions to display, which thoughts to put front and center. It's about control, not emptiness." Harry frowned, trying to understand. "How do I do that?" "Practice." Bellatrix stopped pacing and fixed him with an intense stare that made him want to look away. "I'm going to enter your mind with legilimency. When I do, you're going to think about something specific, a memory you don't mind sharing, something harmless. Keep it at the front of your thoughts, and push everything else back into the shadows." Harry's stomach twisted with anxiety. The last time someone had tried to enter his mind, it had been Snape, and the experience had been violating and painful, like having someone rifle through his most private moments. But the bond was already giving Bellatrix access to his emotions, broadcasting his feelings constantly. This couldn't be worse than that. Could it? "Ready?" Bellatrix asked, raising her wand with practiced ease. "No. Absolutely not." "Yes." Legilimens. The intrusion was immediate and overwhelming, like diving into freezing water. Bellatrix's presence flooded his mind, sharp and invasive, tearing through his defenses like they were made of paper. Harry gasped, trying desperately to focus on a memory, flying on his firebolt, the wind in his hair, the freedom of the sky stretching endlessly before him. But other memories rose up unbidden, demanding attention, Sirius falling through the veil in slow motion, Cedric's blank eyes staring at nothing, his parents' voices in the graveyard calling his name, Voldemort's red eyes burning into his soul. "Stop fighting it," Bellatrix's voice echoed in his head, reverberating like she was speaking in a cavern. "Let the memory come forward naturally. Push the others back gently, don't try to shove them away." Harry tried, sweat breaking out on his forehead. He focused on flying, on the feel of the broom beneath him vibrating with power, the rush of adrenaline as he dove and climbed. Slowly, painfully, the other memories receded, still present but less immediate, fading into background noise. Bellatrix withdrew, and Harry sagged forward, gasping for air like he'd been held underwater. "Better," she said, though her tone was clinical and detached. "But you're still thinking too loudly, broadcasting everything. The Dark Lord will rip through that defense in seconds and find every secret you're hiding." Harry wiped sweat from his forehead with a shaking hand. "So what do I do differently?" "Practice." Bellatrix's expression was unreadable, carefully neutral. Again. They spent hours drilling, Bellatrix entering his mind with ruthless efficiency, Harry trying to shield, failing, trying again. Each time, it got marginally easier, though Harry's head throbbed with the effort and his scar burned with residual pain. Through the bond, he could feel Bellatrix's frustration mixed with something that might have been grudging respect, buried deep beneath her other emotions. By the time she finally called a halt, the sun was setting, painting the cottage in shades of orange and red. Harry collapsed into the chair, his entire body aching like he'd run a marathon. Bellatrix looked equally exhausted, though she hid it better behind her mask of indifference. She summoned water with a flick of her wand, and they drank in silence, the bond thrumming between them with a quieter energy than before. "You're improving," Bellatrix said finally, breaking the silence. It wasn't quite a compliment, but coming from her, it felt like one. Like praise from someone who didn't give it freely. "Thanks," Harry muttered, too tired to say more. Bellatrix studied him for a long moment, her expression thoughtful and calculating. "You're not what I expected, Potter." "What did you expect?" Harry asked, genuinely curious despite his exhaustion. "Weakness." She set down her cup with a soft clink. "Arrogance like your father's. That insufferable smirk James Potter always wore, that superiority." Her lips twisted into something between a smile and a grimace. "But you're different. Softer in some ways, harder in others." Harry didn't know what to say to that, didn't know how to respond to Bellatrix Lestrange psychoanalyzing him. Through the bond, he felt her confusion, genuine uncertainty about who he was, about whether the propaganda she'd been fed her entire life about the Potters was accurate. It was the first real crack in her armor, the first hint that maybe, just maybe, she was capable of seeing him as something other than an enemy, other than the Dark Lord's greatest threat. It terrified him more than her hatred ever had. Because if she started to see him as human, as a person with thoughts and feelings and pain, what did that make her? What did it mean about the woman who'd killed Sirius, who'd tortured Frank and Alice Longbottom into insanity, who'd murdered countless others in Voldemort's name? The bond pulsed, warm and insistent, reminding him that she wasn't just a monster anymore. She was connected to him. Part of him now. And Harry realized with creeping horror that whether he liked it or not, they were changing each other. The bond wasn't just connecting them, it was transforming them, breaking down the walls they'd built, forcing them to see each other in ways they never wanted to. One brutal lesson at a time. Bellatrix stood abruptly, breaking the moment. "You'll sleep in the bed tonight. I'll take the chair. I'm fine in the. Don't argue with me, Potter." Her voice was sharp but lacked real bite. "If you don't sleep properly, I'll feel your exhaustion through the bond, and I need to research more tonight. Take the bed." Harry wanted to argue, wanted to refuse, but his body betrayed him. He was exhausted, every muscle screaming for rest, and the bed looked infinitely more comfortable than the chair he'd spent the previous night in. "Fine," he conceded, standing on shaky legs. He moved to the narrow bed, collapsing onto it without bothering to remove his shoes. The mattress was lumpy and the blanket thin, but after everything that had happened, it felt like luxury. His eyes closed almost immediately, exhaustion pulling him under. Through the bond, he felt Bellatrix settle back into research, felt her determination and fear and that strange curiosity about him that she kept trying to suppress. And as Harry drifted off to sleep, his last coherent thought was that nothing would ever be simple again. Not with Bellatrix Lestrange bound to his soul. Not with Sirius's death weighing on his conscience. Not with Voldemort hunting them both. The bond pulsed gently at his wrist, a lullaby and a warning. And Harry fell into dreams filled with silver and black runes, with laughter that might have been madness or might have been something else entirely. Chapter 4, Breaking Points. 3 days passed in the cottage, and Harry thought he might be going insane. Not the Bellatrix kind of insane, manic and violent and laughing at inappropriate moments. This was quieter, more insidious. The kind of madness that came from being trapped in a single room with your godfather's murderer, feeling her emotions constantly bleeding into your own, unable to escape even in sleep. The occlumency training continued relentlessly. Bellatrix was a harsh teacher, far worse than Snape had ever been. She didn't just enter his mind, she tore through it, ripping apart his defenses and exposing every vulnerability with surgical precision. Each session left Harry drained and shaking, his head pounding like someone had driven nails through his skull. But he was improving. Slowly, painfully, he was learning to control the flow of information, to shield the thoughts and memories he wanted to keep private. The bond made it more difficult, there was always a connection between them, always a thread she could follow, but he was getting better at hiding things in plain sight. Today's session had been particularly brutal. Harry sat in the chair, his nose bleeding from the mental strain, while Bellatrix paced back and forth. Through the bond, he could feel her frustration and something else. Pride. Was she actually proud of his progress? "You're learning faster than I expected," she said, confirming his suspicion. "Most people take months to develop even basic shields. You're doing it in days." "Maybe I'm motivated," Harry muttered, pressing a cloth to his nose. Having Voldemort potentially reading my mind is a pretty good incentive. Bellatrix flinched at the name, her hand flying to her dark mark. The reaction was instinctive, ingrained through years of conditioning. Don't say his name. Why not? Harry challenged, suddenly angry. He's not here. He can't hear us through your mark, can he? No, but Bellatrix stopped pacing, her expression conflicted. It's habit. Respect. Respect for someone who'd kill you for this bond. Harry gestured at his wrist. That makes sense. You don't understand. Then help me understand. Harry stood, his exhaustion making him reckless. Explain to me why you're so loyal to someone who treats you like a tool, like property. Because I feel it through the bond, Bellatrix. I feel how scared you are of him. The use of her first name made her freeze. Harry never called her Bellatrix, it was always, you, or nothing at all. The intimacy of it, forced by their situation, hung heavy in the air. Don't, she whispered, but there was no force behind it. Don't what? Don't ask questions. Don't try to understand the woman I'm bound to for possibly the rest of my life. Harry took a step closer, emboldened by desperation. We're connected, whether we like it or not. I'm going to figure you out eventually. Bellatrix's eyes flashed dangerously. You think 3 days of occlumency training gives you the right to psychoanalyze me? You're still a child, Potter. You know nothing about what I've lived through. So tell me. Harry's voice softened. Help me understand. For a moment, he thought she might actually do it. Through the bond, he felt something crack in her defenses, a brief vulnerability she quickly tried to suppress. But then her expression hardened, the walls slamming back into place. No, she said flatly. We're not friends. We're not confidants. We're prisoners of circumstance, nothing more. The words stung more than Harry expected them to. Before he could respond, Bellatrix's entire body went rigid. Her hand flew to her dark mark, clutching it, and through the bond Harry felt a wave of agony crash into him. He gasped, stumbling back, his own arm burning in sympathy. What's happening? He demanded. He's calling. Bellatrix's voice was strained, her face pale. The Dark Lord. He's summoning his Death Eaters. Harry's blood ran cold. You can't go. I have to. Bellatrix was already moving, grabbing her cloak from a hook. If I don't answer, he'll know something's wrong. He'll send others to find me. But the bond, Harry grabbed her arm, the connection flaring hot between them. He'll sense it. He'll sense me through you. I know. Bellatrix's eyes were wild, fear and determination warring in their depths. That's why you're coming with me. Harry's stomach dropped. What? The bond is too strong now. If I go alone, you'll collapse from the distance. I've read about it in one of the books. Soul bonds can't be separated too far, especially in the early stages. She was talking fast, pulling on her cloak with shaking hands. And if you collapse here, unconscious and vulnerable, you're as good as dead. So your solution is to take me to Voldemort. Harry's voice rose with panic and disbelief. Are you insane? Actually insane? No, you idiot. We're not going to the meeting. Bellatrix spun to face him, gripping his shoulders. We're going close enough that the bond doesn't break, but far enough that you can hide. I'll make an appearance, make an excuse for why I can't stay, and then we leave. That's your plan. That's insane. Do you have a better one? Bellatrix shook him slightly. Because I'm open to suggestions, Potter. Really, I am. Harry's mind raced, searching for alternatives, but came up empty. She was right, the bond wouldn't let them separate too far. He'd already tested it that morning, walking to the edge of the cottage's property. The farther he got from Bellatrix, the more his chest ached, until it felt like his ribs were being crushed. Fine, he said through gritted teeth. But if this goes wrong, then we're both dead. Bellatrix released him, her expression grim. Now move. We don't have much time. She grabbed his arm, and the world dissolved into spinning darkness. Apparition was worse than Harry remembered. His stomach lurched, his lungs couldn't find air, and for a terrifying moment he thought they'd splinched. Then his feet hit solid ground and he stumbled, gasping. They were in a forest, dark trees looming overhead. In the distance, Harry could see lights, a large manor house, imposing and ancient. Even from here, he could feel the dark magic radiating from it, making his skin crawl. Malfoy Manor, Bellatrix whispered. Stay here. Don't move, don't make a sound. I'll be back as soon as I can. How will I know if something goes wrong? Harry asked, fear making his voice shake. Bellatrix pressed her hand to his chest, right over his heart. The bond flared, warm and intense. You'll feel it. If something happens to me, you'll know. Then she was gone, disappearing between the trees with unnatural grace. Harry crouched behind a large oak, his heart hammering so hard he thought it might burst. Through the bond, he could feel Bellatrix moving closer to the manor, feel her fear intensifying with every step. She was terrified, he realized. Absolutely terrified of facing Voldemort, of being discovered, of failing. Minutes passed like hours. Harry strained his ears, trying to hear anything, but the forest was eerily silent. No birds, no insects, nothing. Just oppressive, magical silence. Through the bond, he felt Bellatrix enter the manor. Felt her steel herself, pushing down her fear and replacing it with the manic devotion Voldemort expected. It was like watching her put on a mask, transforming from the complicated woman he'd been living with into the Death Eater everyone feared. Then, pain. Sharp, sudden, overwhelming pain that drove Harry to his knees. Someone was using Cruciatus on Bellatrix. Harry bit down on his fist to keep from screaming, feeling every second of her agony through the bond. It went on forever, or maybe just seconds, he couldn't tell. Time lost meaning when every nerve was on fire. When it finally stopped, Harry was shaking, tears streaming down his face. Through the bond, he felt Bellatrix's humiliation and rage. Someone had questioned her absence, her failure to answer previous summons. And Voldemort had punished her for it. She was coming back. Harry felt her making excuses, felt her backing toward the exit with practiced subservience. Almost there. Almost. Bella. Voldemort's voice, high and cold, froze her in place. Harry felt her terror spike to new heights. Yes, my lord. Her voice was steady despite her fear. You seem different, distracted. A pause that stretched into eternity. Show me your arm. No. Harry's blood turned to ice. If Voldemort saw the runes, if he realized what had happened. Through the bond, Harry felt Bellatrix's decision in a split second. She was going to run. She was going to apparate away and hope they could escape before. Expelliarmus. Her wand flew from her hand. Multiple Death Eaters surrounded her now, blocking her escape. Through the bond, Harry felt her desperation, her panic, her certainty that she was about to die. And Harry made a choice he knew was absolutely insane. He ran toward the manor. Every instinct screamed at him to flee in the opposite direction, but the bond pulled him forward. He couldn't let her die. Couldn't let Voldemort kill her, because if she died, he might die too. That's what he told himself, anyway. That it was self-preservation, not something else. He burst through the tree line just as Bellatrix's sleeve was being yanked up. Stop. The word echoed across the grounds, and a dozen wands immediately pointed at Harry. He stood there, wandless and terrified, staring at the scene before him. Voldemort, pale and snake-like, his red eyes widening with surprise. Bellatrix, held by two Death Eaters, her rune-marked wrist exposed for all to see. And surrounding them, a circle of masked Death Eaters, all frozen in shock at Harry Potter's sudden appearance. Voldemort recovered first, his lips curling into a cruel smile. Harry Potter. How convenient. His eyes traveled from Harry to Bellatrix to the marks on their wrists. And how very interesting. Through the bond, Harry felt Bellatrix's horror and resignation. They were both about to die. And somehow, standing there in front of Voldemort with no wand and no plan, Harry couldn't bring himself to regret saving her. The bond pulsed at his wrist, silver light glowing in the darkness. Well, Voldemort said softly, dangerously. Someone has been keeping secrets. Voldemort's red eyes gleamed with fascination as he studied the runes on their wrists. Harry stood frozen, every survival instinct screaming at him to run, but his legs refused to cooperate. The Dark Lord circled them slowly, his pale face illuminated by wandlight, examining the bond marks like a collector appraising rare artifacts. The Death Eaters surrounding them remained eerily silent, their masks hiding their expressions, but Harry could feel their shock radiating through the night air. A soul bond, Voldemort said softly, his voice carrying across the grounds despite its whisper-like quality. I have read of such things in the oldest texts, magic from an age before wands, before the very foundations of Hogwarts. He stopped directly in front of Bellatrix, who was still held firmly by two Death Eaters. Tell me, Bella, how did this happen? Through the bond, Harry felt Bellatrix's terror, sharp and all-consuming. She was trying to formulate an answer, trying to find words that wouldn't get them both killed immediately. "My lord," she began, her voice surprisingly steady despite her fear, "it was an accident. In the Department of Mysteries, during the battle, Potter grabbed my wrist and—" "An accident?" Voldemort's lips curled into something that might have been amusement. How remarkably convenient. He moved to Harry now, studying him with those terrible red eyes. "And you, Harry Potter? What were you trying to accomplish? Some foolish Gryffindor attempt at neutralizing my most loyal servant?" Harry's mouth was dry as sand. "I didn't mean for this to happen. I didn't even know this kind of magic existed. Yet it happened anyway." Voldemort reached out, his long pale fingers grasping Harry's wrist with surprising strength. The moment he touched the runes, magic sparked violently, silver light exploding between them. Voldemort jerked back, his eyes widening with something that might have been pain. "Fascinating. The bond rejects outside interference." He turned to Bellatrix, his expression thoughtful and calculating. "Release her." The Death Eaters hesitated for only a moment before obeying, stepping away from Bellatrix. She remained perfectly still, not daring to move without permission. "Come here, Bella." Bellatrix moved forward instantly, years of conditioning making her response automatic. She knelt before Voldemort, her head bowed in supplication. Through the bond, Harry felt her desperate hope that somehow, impossibly, she might survive this. "Look at me." She raised her head, and Harry saw tears streaming down her face. He'd never seen her cry before, hadn't thought her capable of such obvious vulnerability. "You have been my most faithful servant," Voldemort said, his tone almost gentle. "Your devotion has never wavered, your loyalty never questioned." He placed his hand under her chin, tilting her face up. "Until now. My lord, I swear," Bellatrix's voice broke. "I swear on my magic, on my life, I never wanted this. I would never betray you." "I know." Voldemort's words shocked everyone, including Harry. "I can sense your devotion even now, Bella. The bond has not changed your loyalty to me." His eyes flickered to Harry. "But it has created an opportunity." Harry's stomach dropped with sudden dread. Voldemort released Bellatrix and began pacing, his movements serpentine and hypnotic. "Harry Potter, bound to one of my Death Eaters. Connected by magic so ancient and powerful that even I cannot sever it without killing you both." He smiled, revealing teeth that seemed too sharp. "Some might see this as a disaster. I see it as a gift." "What are you talking about?" Harry demanded, finding his voice despite his terror. "You are connected to Bella now. Soul bonds work both ways, as I'm sure you've discovered." Voldemort stopped pacing, his gaze fixed on Harry with uncomfortable intensity. "You feel her emotions, her thoughts. And she feels yours." He paused, letting the implication sink in. "Which means I now have a direct line to Harry Potter's mind." Horror washed over Harry in a freezing wave. "No," he whispered. "No, that's not." "Oh, but it is." Voldemort's smile widened. "Bellatrix is mine, Harry. Her mind, her magic, her very soul belongs to me. And now, through her, I can reach you." He moved closer, circling Harry like a predator. "Your precious Dumbledore can teach you occlumency, can build walls in your mind. But those walls mean nothing when I can simply walk through the door Bellatrix provides." Through the bond, Harry felt Bellatrix's despair. She hadn't considered this possibility, hadn't thought through the implications of her connection to both Voldemort and Harry. "I won't let you use me like that," Harry said, trying to sound brave despite the tremor in his voice. "I'll find a way to break the bond." "You won't." Voldemort's certainty was absolute. "Soul bonds are unbreakable once formed. You and Bellatrix are connected until one of you dies." He leaned in close enough that Harry could smell decay on his breath. "And I have no intention of allowing either of you to die. You're far too valuable to me now." Harry's mind raced desperately, searching for options, for any way out of this nightmare. But Voldemort was right, the bond was unbreakable. Harry had felt its strength, had experienced how deeply it connected him to Bellatrix. If Voldemort could use that connection. However, Voldemort continued, straightening up, "There is the small matter of your training, Bella." Bellatrix looked up, confusion mixing with her fear. "My lord, you have spent 3 days with Harry Potter, and in that time, you allowed him to learn occlumency." Voldemort's voice hardened. "Why would you teach him to shield his mind from me?" Bellatrix swallowed hard. The bond, my lord. His emotions were overwhelming. I needed him to learn control so I could think clearly, so I could serve you better. Lies. The word was soft but deadly. Or perhaps, not quite lies. Self-deception, maybe. Voldemort tilted his head, studying her. The bond is changing you, Bella. Making you care about the boy's comfort, his well-being. You taught him occlumency not for my benefit, but for his. No. Bellatrix's voice rose with genuine panic. My lord, I swear, I would never. Crucio. Bellatrix's scream tore through the night, and Harry felt every second of her agony through the bond. It was worse than before, more intense, like someone had poured acid directly into his veins. He collapsed to his knees, gasping, unable to even scream himself. The curse lasted an eternity before Voldemort finally lifted it. Both Harry and Bellatrix lay on the ground, shaking and gasping for air. The bond between them pulsed wildly, their shared pain creating a feedback loop that was almost unbearable. Interesting, Voldemort observed clinically. You feel her pain, Harry. Just as she feels yours. He crouched beside Harry, his red eyes gleaming. This changes everything. I can torture you without ever touching you. And you cannot fight back without harming her. Harry struggled to his hands and knees, his entire body trembling. Through the bond, he felt Bellatrix's shame and humiliation, her fury at being punished, her desperate need to prove her loyalty. What do you want? Harry managed to ask through gritted teeth. Simple. Voldemort stood, brushing off his robes. You will return to Dumbledore. Tell him whatever story you wish about escaping Bellatrix, about the bond being forced upon you. He began pacing again, his hands clasped behind his back. You will continue your studies at Hogwarts, continue playing the role of the Golden Boy. And through Bellatrix, through your bond, you will feed me information. I'll never. You will. Voldemort's voice was absolute certainty. Because if you don't, I will torture Bellatrix. Every day, every hour if necessary. And you will feel every second of it through your precious bond. He smiled coldly. How long do you think you can last, Harry? How long before her screams drive you mad? Harry looked at Bellatrix, who was slowly pushing herself up to her knees. Their eyes met, and through the bond, he felt her acceptance. She expected this. Expected Voldemort to use her as a tool against Harry, expected to be tortured until she broke or died. And she was resigned to it. Something inside Harry rebelled against that resignation. There has to be another way, he said desperately. Please. Begging, Harry. Voldemort laughed, the sound high and cruel. How delightfully pathetic. But no. There is no other way. He gestured to the Death Eaters. Take them both to the dungeons. They can spend the night contemplating their new reality. Rough hands grabbed Harry, yanking him to his feet. Other Death Eaters seized Bellatrix, who didn't resist. They were dragged into Malfoy Manor, through opulent hallways that Harry barely registered, down stone stairs that grew colder with each step. The dungeon was exactly what Harry expected. Stone walls, iron bars, the smell of mildew and despair. They were thrown into a cell together, the door slamming shut with a finality that made Harry's heart sink. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Harry sat against the far wall, his entire body aching from the shared cruciatus. Bellatrix remained by the door, her back to him, her shoulders rigid with tension. I'm sorry, Harry said finally, breaking the silence. Bellatrix didn't turn around. For what? Saving me. Ruining any chance we had of escaping. For all of it. Harry's voice was thick with emotion. For the bond, for getting us caught, for... Stop. Bellatrix finally turned to face him, and in the dim light, Harry could see tear tracks on her cheeks. Just, stop. This isn't your fault. How can you say that? I'm the one who created the bond. We both created it. Bellatrix moved to sit against the opposite wall, mirroring his position. You said it yourself days ago. This happened because of both of us. She closed her eyes, exhaustion finally overtaking her mask. And now we're both going to pay for it. Through the bond, Harry felt her despair. She didn't see a way out of this. Voldemort had them trapped perfectly. Harry couldn't go back to Dumbledore without becoming a spy, and Bellatrix couldn't escape without betraying her master. We could run, Harry suggested desperately. Find somewhere to hide, somewhere Voldemort can't find us. There is nowhere. Bellatrix opened her eyes, and Harry saw defeat in them. He'll hunt us forever. And even if we could hide, what kind of life would that be? Always running, always looking over our shoulders, bound together but hating each other. I don't hate you. The words surprised Harry as much as they surprised Bellatrix. She stared at him. What? I don't hate you, Harry repeated, realizing it was true. I did. When you killed Sirius, I hated you more than I'd ever hated anyone. He touched the bond marks on his wrist. But these past few days, feeling your emotions, your thoughts. I can't hate you anymore. I don't understand you, I don't agree with your choices, but I don't hate you. Bellatrix was silent for a long moment, her expression unreadable. You should, she said finally, her voice barely a whisper. I killed your godfather. I've killed so many people, Harry. Done things that would make you sick if you knew the details. She looked down at her hands. I deserve your hatred. Maybe, Harry acknowledged. But the bond won't let me hate you. Every time I try, I feel your pain, your loneliness, your humanity. He laughed bitterly. Voldemort's right. The bond is changing us. Changing us, Bellatrix repeated softly. Or revealing what was always there. Harry didn't have an answer for that. They sat in silence as the hours passed. Through the bond, Harry could feel Bellatrix's mind working, trying to find a solution, a way out of their impossible situation. He tried to do the same, but exhaustion made thinking difficult. Eventually, despite the cold stone and the fear gnawing at his gut, Harry's eyes began to close. Harry. Bellatrix's voice pulled him back from the edge of sleep. Yeah, when the sun rises, Voldemort will give you a choice. Through the bond, Harry felt her certainty. Become his spy, or watch him torture me until you break. I know. Don't choose me. Bellatrix's voice was firm. Whatever happens, don't let him use me against you. I can survive pain. I survived Azkaban. I can survive this. Harry pushed himself up, moving across the cell to sit beside her. The bond hummed between them, stronger than ever in their proximity. And I'm supposed to just, what? Let him torture you. Feel every second of it and do nothing. Yes. Bellatrix turned to look at him, and in the darkness, her eyes seemed almost desperate. Promise me. Promise you won't betray your friends, your cause, because of me. Harry stared at her. 3 days ago, he would have made that promise without hesitation. 3 days ago, she was just his enemy, just the woman who killed Sirius. But now, I can't promise that, he said honestly. The bond won't let me. I can't just watch you suffer and do nothing. Then we're both doomed. Bellatrix laughed, but it was hollow. Voldemort wins either way. Maybe not. Harry's mind was racing now, an idea forming. What if we could use the bond against him? Bellatrix frowned. What do you mean? He thinks he can use you to control me. But what if we turn it around? What if we use the bond to fool him, to feed him false information? Harry was talking faster now, excitement building despite their dire situation. You said the bond is changing us. What if we let it change us enough that you can resist him? Resist the Dark Lord. Bellatrix's voice was skeptical. Harry, I've been loyal to him for decades. He's everything to me. Is he? Harry challenged. Or is he just everything you think you should want? Through the bond, he pushed his emotions toward her, his conviction, his hope, his desperate belief that there had to be another way. Feel me, Bellatrix. Feel how certain I am that you're more than just his servant. You're a person, capable of making your own choices. Bellatrix closed her eyes, and Harry felt her resistance. But beneath it, buried deep, was something else. Doubt. Not in Voldemort's power or his goals, but in whether she truly wanted to serve him forever. You're asking me to betray everything I've ever believed in, she whispered. I'm asking you to save yourself. Harry took her hand, and the bond flared bright between them. And maybe, save me too. They sat there in the darkness, hands clasped, the bond pulsing with possibility and danger in equal measure. And somewhere above them, Voldemort plotted their futures. But in that cell, in that moment, Harry and Bellatrix made a silent choice. They wouldn't be victims. They wouldn't be pawns. The bond had trapped them together. Now they would use it to fight back. Chapter 6, Chains of Silver. Dawn broke over Malfoy Manor with cold, gray light that barely penetrated the dungeon. Harry hadn't slept. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw Voldemort's red gaze, heard that high cold voice explaining how perfectly he'd trapped them both. Beside him, Bellatrix had finally succumbed to exhaustion an hour before sunrise, her head resting against his shoulder in a gesture that would have seemed impossible days ago. Through the bond, Harry felt her dreams. They were chaotic and frightening, memories of Azkaban mixed with scenes of torture, both inflicted and received. He wanted to wake her, to pull her out of those nightmares, but she needed rest. They both did. The sound of footsteps on stone pulled Harry fully alert. Bellatrix woke instantly, years of survival instinct making her reactions sharp despite her exhaustion. She pulled away from Harry, putting distance between them before the cell door even opened. The gesture was automatic, protective of them both. Two Death Eaters entered, their masks hiding their identities. One gestured with his wand. Up. The Dark Lord wants to see you. They were marched back upstairs, through the manor's grand hallways now lit by morning sun. Everything looked different in daylight, less ominous, almost normal. But Harry could feel the dark magic saturating the walls, the centuries of pure blood cruelty soaked into the very foundations. Voldemort waited in what appeared to be a formal drawing room. He stood by tall windows overlooking the grounds, his back to them, hands clasped behind him. The morning light made him look even more inhuman, highlighting the snake-like quality of his features. "Leave us," he commanded without turning around. The Death Eaters obeyed immediately, closing the doors behind them. For a long moment, Voldemort said nothing. Through the bond, Harry felt Bellatrix's tension, her desperate need to prove her loyalty warring with the doubt Harry had planted the night before. "I have been thinking," Voldemort said finally, turning to face them. "About your bond. About its implications. About how best to use this opportunity." He moved toward them with serpentine grace. "And I have realized something interesting." Harry's muscles tensed, ready to move even though he had no wand, no plan, no real chance of escape. "The bond connects you both," Voldemort continued, circling them slowly. "But it does not control you. It does not force loyalty or obedience. It simply links." He stopped in front of Bellatrix. "Which means you, Bella, must choose. Your loyalty to me, or your connection to him." Bellatrix dropped to her knees immediately. "My lord, there is no choice. I am yours, completely and eternally. The bond changes nothing, doesn't it?" Voldemort's voice was soft, dangerous. "You taught him occlumency. You hid with him rather than returning to me immediately. You have felt his emotions, his thoughts, his pain." He crouched before her, forcing her to meet his eyes. "Tell me honestly, Bella. Has the bond not softened your hatred of Harry Potter?" Through the bond, Harry felt Bellatrix's panic. She wanted to lie, to deny everything, but Voldemort's eyes were boring into hers, and they both knew he could sense deception. "Yes," she whispered, the admission clearly costing her everything. "Yes, my lord. The bond has changed how I see him. I still hate what he represents, hate that he stands against you, but I can no longer hate him personally." Harry's breath caught. She'd actually admitted it. To Voldemort's face. Voldemort studied her for a long moment, then smiled. "Good." Both Harry and Bellatrix stared at him in shock. "Good." Bellatrix repeated, confusion evident in her voice. "Yes." Voldemort stood, pulling her up with him. "Because hatred would make you unreliable as a spy. But this reluctant connection, this unwanted caring, this I can use." He turned to Harry. "You see, Harry, I was wrong last night. I don't need to torture Bellatrix to control you." Harry's stomach dropped with fresh dread. "I simply need to remind you both of what you stand to lose." Voldemort gestured, and an image appeared in the air, a memory, Harry realized, projected like a pensive vision. It showed Hogwarts, students walking the grounds. Ron and Hermione sat by the lake, clearly worried. Dumbledore stood in his office, looking older and more tired than Harry had ever seen him. "Your friends miss you, Harry," Voldemort said conversationally. "They're searching for you. Dumbledore has the entire order mobilized." The image shifted to show various order members, Lupin, Tonks, Moody, all looking grim and determined. "They think you've been kidnapped. That Bellatrix took you during your escape from the Ministry." The image faded, and Voldemort's smile widened. "Which gives us a perfect cover story." Harry's mind raced, trying to follow Voldemort's logic, trying to see the trap before it closed. "Here's what will happen," Voldemort announced, his tone suggesting he expected no argument. "Harry, you will escape. Bellatrix will appear to chase you, and you will barely get away. You'll return to Dumbledore with a tale of captivity and torture, and the bond marks hidden beneath glamour charms that Bella will teach you. Why would I do that? Harry demanded. What's stopping me from just telling Dumbledore everything? Because if you do, I will kill everyone in this image. Voldemort's voice was casual, as if discussing the weather. Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, all of the Order. I will hunt them down one by one and make you watch through Bellatrix's eyes. He leaned forward. The bond works both ways, remember. What she sees, you can see. What she feels, you feel. Imagine experiencing the death of everyone you love, unable to stop it, unable to even look away. Horror washed over Harry in waves. Through the bond, he felt Bellatrix's resignation. She'd expected something like this, had known Voldemort would find the perfect leverage. In Bellatrix, Voldemort continued, turning to her, you will remain here. You will continue your duties as my servant. And through the bond, you will monitor Harry, ensure he doesn't betray us. His eyes gleamed. If he does, I will torture you until he breaks. And if you fail me, if you allow your connection to him to compromise your loyalty, I will kill him, slowly, and make you feel every moment of it. Perfect. It was perfectly designed to trap them both. There has to be another way, Harry said desperately. Please. There isn't. Voldemort's certainty was absolute. You are mine now, Harry Potter. Both of you are. The bond may connect you to Bellatrix, but I control Bellatrix. Which means I control you. He raised his wand. Now, let's make your escape look convincing. The Cruciatus hit Harry without warning. Pain exploded through every nerve, every cell, every atom of his being. He was dimly aware of screaming, of his body convulsing on the floor, of Bellatrix's matching agony through the bond. It went on forever, or maybe just seconds. Time had no meaning when everything was pain. When it finally stopped, Harry lay gasping on the floor, blood trickling from his nose. Perfect, Voldemort said clinically. Now you look like you've been tortured. Bella, give him these. He conjured a small vial of greenish potion and a piece of parchment covered in runes. The potion will hide the bond marks for exactly 12 hours. The runes will teach you both how to cast a more permanent glamour. Learn it quickly. Bellatrix took the items with shaking hands. Through the bond, Harry felt her turmoil, hatred for what Voldemort was doing, fury at being used this way, but underneath it all, that terrible devotion that refused to die. Harry will leave in 1 hour, Voldemort announced. That gives you time to make the escape look real. Bella, rough him up a bit more. Make it look like he fought hard. His smile was cruel. And Harry, don't forget. If you tell Dumbledore the truth, everyone you love dies. I trust the bond will remind you of that constantly. He swept out of the room, leaving them alone. For a moment, neither of them moved. Then Bellatrix knelt beside Harry, helping him sit up. Drink this, she said softly, uncorking the potion. Harry drank, and watched as the silver runes on his wrist faded from view. They were still there, he could feel them, feel the bond, but visibly, his wrist looked normal. We're trapped, he said bitterly. Yes. Bellatrix studied the parchment, memorizing the runes. Completely trapped. There has to be a way out. There isn't. She looked at him, and her eyes were hollow. This is my life now, Harry. This has always been my life. Serving him, being used by him, having no choice. A bitter laugh escaped her. At least now you understand. Harry stared at her, really looked at her. The bond let him feel what she felt. The resignation, the acceptance, the bone-deep certainty that she would never be free. And underneath it all, that tiny spark of doubt he'd planted the night before. I don't accept this, he said firmly. I won't. You don't have a choice. There's always a choice. Harry grabbed her hand, forcing her to look at him. You said last night that we could use the bond against him. Let's do it. How? Bellatrix's voice was sharp with frustration. He has us perfectly trapped. If we betray him, people die. If we don't, we become his puppets forever. So we play along, Harry said, his mind racing. I go back to Hogwarts. I feed him information through you, but it's information Dumbledore wants him to have. False intelligence. And you stay here, stay loyal, but you help me from the inside. Bellatrix was shaking her head before he finished. The Dark Lord will know if I betray him. Not if we're careful. Not if we use the bond to shield each other. Harry's excitement was building despite their situation. You're teaching me occlumency. Teach me how to shield you too. Make it so even Voldemort can't see through our connection. That's advanced magic. Dangerous. But through the bond, Harry felt her interest. She was actually considering it. Everything about this situation is dangerous, Harry pointed out. But what's our alternative? Spend the rest of our lives as his slaves. Bellatrix stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. It could work. Maybe. If we're very, very careful. Then we're agreed. Harry squeezed her hand. We play his game, but we play it our way. Harry, if this fails, if he catches us, then we die. Harry's voice was grim. But at least we die free. At least we die fighting. Through the bond, he felt her decision solidify. The doubt he'd planted was growing, spreading, transforming into something that might be strong enough to overcome years of conditioning. We need to make this look real, Bellatrix said, standing. I need to curse you. Make it look like you barely escaped. Do it. She raised her wand, hesitating for just a moment. Then, Diffindo. The cutting curse slashed across Harry's arm, and he gasped in pain. Blood soaked through his shirt, but the wound wasn't deep. Bellatrix followed with a stunning spell that she deliberately threw off target, a burning hex that singed his robes. Each curse hurt, but they were controlled. She was making him look injured without actually causing serious damage. Finally, she stopped, breathing hard. That should be enough. Harry looked down at himself. He was bleeding, bruised, his clothes torn and singed. He looked like he'd barely survived. The door, Bellatrix said. When I tell you, run. Don't look back. Apparate to Hogsmeade as soon as you're off the grounds. What about you? I'll be fine. Through the bond, Harry felt her lie. She wouldn't be fine. Voldemort would punish her for letting Harry escape, even though it was planned. Go, Harry. And remember, trust no one but Dumbledore. And even then, tell him nothing about our plan. Harry nodded. Then, impulsively, he pulled her into a hug. Bellatrix stiffened in shock. Through the bond, Harry felt her confusion, her discomfort, and underneath it all, a desperate longing for human contact that she denied for years. Thank you, he whispered. For trying to save me. He released her and ran. Down the hallways, ignoring the shouts of Death Eaters, ignoring curses that flew past his head. He burst through the front doors and into sunlight, his feet pounding against the gravel drive. Behind him, he heard Bellatrix screaming his name, making it sound real. The manor's wards ended at the gates. Harry threw himself through them and immediately twisted, forcing the sensation of apparition to take him. The last thing he felt through the bond was Bellatrix collapsing, Voldemort's fury, and her acceptance of the punishment to come. Then he was spinning through darkness, hoping desperately that his insane plan would work. That they could outsmart the Dark Lord. That the bond connecting him to his enemy might somehow become their salvation. Harry materialized in Hogsmeade with a crack that echoed through the quiet village street. He stumbled, nearly falling, his body still aching from Voldemort's curses and Bellatrix's deliberately placed wounds. Blood soaked through his torn shirt, and he could taste copper in his mouth. Perfect. He looked exactly like someone who'd barely escaped torture. Through the bond, he felt Bellatrix's pain spike sharply. Voldemort was punishing her for letting him escape. Harry gasped, doubling over as phantom agony raced through his nerves. It wasn't as intense as when he'd experienced the Cruciatus directly, but it was bad enough. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to move forward despite the pain. He needed to get to Dumbledore. The streets of Hogsmeade were nearly empty in the early morning light. A few shopkeepers were opening their stores, and they stared in shock as Harry stumbled past, leaving a trail of blood droplets on the cobblestones. Someone shouted his name, but Harry didn't stop. He needed to reach the castle, needed to make this look real. The path to Hogwarts had never felt so long. Every step was agony, partly from his actual injuries and partly from the punishment Bellatrix was enduring through the bond. Harry could feel Voldemort's fury, cold and calculating, as he made an example of his servant who'd failed to hold on to Harry Potter. Harry wanted to scream at her to shield herself, to block some of the pain, but he couldn't risk it. Not with Voldemort right there, possibly monitoring their connection. The castle gates finally came into view, and Harry saw figures running toward him. Professors, he realized. McGonagall in the lead, her tartan robes billowing behind her, with Flitwick and Sprout close behind. Potter. McGonagall's voice was sharp with concern. What happened? Where have you been? Harry let his legs give out, collapsing to his knees in what was only partially an act. Bellatrix, he gasped. She took me. From the ministry. I barely escaped. Strong hands caught him before he could fall completely. McGonagall's magic wrapped around him, stabilizing and supporting. Get Madame Pomfrey, she commanded one of the other professors. And alert the headmaster immediately. They carried Harry into the castle, through corridors that blurred together in his pain-addled state. Through the bond, he felt Bellatrix's torture finally end, felt her collapse in relief and exhaustion. The abrupt cessation of shared pain made Harry's own injuries seem almost manageable in comparison. Almost. The hospital wing's familiar smell, antiseptic and healing potions, filled his nostrils as they laid him on a bed. Madame Pomfrey descended on him immediately, her wand moving in practiced patterns as she assessed his injuries. Cutting curses, burns, bruising consistent with cruciatus exposure, she muttered, her face grim. Potter, what did that woman do to you? Tried to get information, Harry managed, sticking to the story he and Bellatrix had quickly constructed. About Dumbledore. About the Order. I didn't tell her anything. Hush now, Pomfrey said. Already administering healing drafts. Save your strength. The pain began to fade as the potions took effect, knitting his wounds and soothing his battered nerves. But Harry couldn't fully relax. The bond pulsed at his wrist, hidden beneath the glamour, a constant reminder of the deception he was now living. The door burst open, and Dumbledore strode in, his usually calm demeanor cracked by visible concern. Behind him came Snape, his expression unreadable as always, and Lupin, whose face was drawn with worry. Harry, Dumbledore said softly, approaching the bed. Thank Merlin you're alive. We've been searching everywhere for you. I'm sorry, Harry said, and he meant it. Not for what he was hiding, but for the worry he'd caused. Bellatrix grabbed me during the fight at the ministry. She disapparated us before anyone could stop her. Dumbledore's blue eyes studied him intently, and Harry felt the subtle probe of legilimency against his mind. He'd been expecting it. Harry focused on the memory of being captured, of the torture, of the desperate escape. All true, just incomplete. The occlumency lessons with Bellatrix had taught him how to present truth while hiding deeper secrets. He let Dumbledore see his pain, his fear, his desperate flight from Malfoy Manor. He just didn't let him see the bond, or the plan, or the complicated emotions swirling through him every time he thought of Bellatrix. After a moment, Dumbledore withdrew. Did Bellatrix say anything about Voldemort's plans? Harry shook his head, hating the lies but knowing they were necessary. She was too focused on trying to break me. She kept asking about you, about what you were planning. I think she was supposed to bring me to him, but I escaped before she could. How did you manage to escape? Snape asked, his tone skeptical. Bellatrix Lestrange is not known for carelessness. Harry had prepared for this question. She underestimated me, thought I was still weak from the Department of Mysteries. But I've been practicing. I hit her with a stunning spell when she wasn't looking and ran. It was plausible enough. Snape's eyes narrowed, but he didn't press further. You're safe now, Lupin said gently, moving closer. That's what matters. But Harry didn't feel safe. Through the bond, he could feel Bellatrix's presence, distant but constant. She was in pain still, exhausted and hurt, but there was also a grim satisfaction. Their plan had worked. Phase 1, at least. I want to see Ron and Hermione, Harry said, needing something real and normal to anchor himself. They've been beside themselves with worry, Dumbledore said, a small smile crossing his face. I'll have them brought here once Madame Pomfrey clears it. Pomfrey sniffed disapprovingly. He needs rest, headmaster. He needs his friends, Dumbledore countered gently. Sometimes that's the best medicine. 10 minutes later, Ron and Hermione burst through the door. Harry. Hermione practically threw herself at him, tears streaming down her face. We thought you were dead. We thought. I'm okay, Harry said, returning her hug despite the lingering ache in his ribs. I'm okay, Hermione. Ron grabbed his shoulder, his expression a mix of relief and fury. That mental bitch. If I ever see her again. Harry flinched at the words, and through the bond, he felt Bellatrix's bitter amusement. She'd expected the hatred, expected to be vilified. It's what she deserved, she thought. What she'd always deserved. How did you escape? Hermione asked, pulling back to study him. Bellatrix is supposed to be one of Voldemort's best. She got overconfident, Harry lied, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. I caught her off guard. They talked for another hour, Harry carefully editing his story, omitting the bond and Voldemort's ultimatum and the impossible situation he now found himself in. His friends believed him. Why wouldn't they? Harry Potter didn't lie. Harry Potter was trustworthy. The guilt ate at him. Finally, Pomfrey shooed everyone out, insisting Harry needed rest. As the door closed behind his friends, Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Through the bond, he felt Bellatrix settling into restless sleep, her body finally giving into exhaustion. And beneath her sleeping consciousness, he felt something else. Relief that he'd made it back safely. Worry about what came next. And something softer, something she'd probably deny if confronted. She cared about him. The realization should have been disturbing. This was Bellatrix Lestrange, murderer and torturer. But the bond made it impossible to see her as just a monster. She was complicated and damaged and capable of surprising gentleness when she thought no one was watching. Harry closed his eyes, letting exhaustion pull him toward sleep. Tomorrow he would have to start playing his role. Attending classes, pretending everything was normal, all while feeding carefully curated information to Voldemort through Bellatrix. It was dangerous and complicated and could get them both killed. But it was the only chance they had. The bond pulsed gently at his wrist, hidden but ever present. And Harry fell into dreams where silver and black intertwined, where the line between enemy and ally blurred beyond recognition. 3 days passed in a strange haze of normalcy. Harry attended classes, ate meals with Ron and Hermione, and pretended to be recovering from his ordeal with Bellatrix. Everyone treated him with careful sympathy, giving him space when he seemed withdrawn, which was often. They attributed it to trauma. They weren't entirely wrong, but the real trauma was the constant presence of Bellatrix in his mind. The bond had strengthened during their separation, as if their magic was trying to compensate for the physical distance. Harry could feel her emotions more clearly now, could sometimes catch fragments of her thoughts when her shield slipped. She was at Malfoy Manor most of the time, attending Voldemort's meetings and playing the role of devoted servant. Through her eyes, Harry caught glimpses of Death Eater activities, raids being planned, targets being discussed. Information that would be valuable to the Order. Information he couldn't share without revealing the bond. The frustration was maddening. On the 4th night, Harry sat alone in the Gryffindor common room, long after everyone else had gone to bed. He stared into the dying fire, feeling Bellatrix's restlessness through the bond. She was awake too, unable to sleep, her mind churning with the same frustrations Harry felt. "Can you hear me?" Harry jerked upright. The thought hadn't been his own. It had come through the bond, clear as if Bellatrix had spoken directly into his ear. Cautiously, he thought back. Bellatrix. Relief flooded through the bond. Finally. "I've been trying to reach you for hours." Harry's heart raced. They hadn't tried direct mental communication before, had been too afraid Voldemort might sense it through Bellatrix. But apparently, she'd found a way. "How are you doing this?" Harry thought. "The bond is stronger now. With practice, we can communicate this way." A pause. "It's risky. If the Dark Lord enters my mind while we're connected like this, he might sense you. But I've been working on shields. Ways to hide our communication." That's amazing." Harry felt a surge of hope. "This changes everything. We can coordinate, share information carefully." Bellatrix's mental voice was sharp. "We can't get sloppy. But yes, this helps." Another pause, longer this time. "How are you? Really?" The question surprised Harry. Through the bond, he could feel her genuine concern, buried beneath layers of practiced indifference. "I'm okay," he thought back. "Lying to everyone I care about, but okay. You. I've had worse." A flash of dark humor. "The Dark Lord hasn't tortured me since that first day. I think he's satisfied with our arrangement." "For now," Harry thought grimly. "For now," she agreed. "Listen, there's something you need to know. Tomorrow night, there's a meeting. The Dark Lord is planning a raid on a Muggle town. He wants to make a statement, draw you out." Harry's blood ran cold. "Where?" "I don't know yet. He's keeping the location secret until the last moment." Frustration bled through the bond. "But I'll find out. I'll warn you as soon as I can. If I warn the Order, Voldemort will know you told me. Not if we're smart about it." Bellatrix's mental voice was calculating. "You have that scar connection to him, don't you? The one that gives you visions." "Yes. Fake one. The plan formed in her mind, and Harry felt it through the bond. Have a vision of the raid. Say you saw it through your connection to the Dark Lord. No one will question it, and my involvement stays hidden. It was brilliant. Risky, but brilliant. That could work, Harry thought slowly. But what if Dumbledore uses legilimency to verify the vision? Can you fake memories? I don't know. I'll teach you. Determination flowed through the bond. It's advanced magic, but you're learning fast. We'll practice tonight, through the bond. And they did. For hours, Harry sat in the common room while Bellatrix guided him through the process of constructing false memories, of making them detailed and believable enough to withstand scrutiny. It was exhausting work, requiring precise control over his thoughts and emotions. But slowly, painfully, Harry began to get the hang of it. Good. Bellatrix's voice was approving in his mind. You're a natural at this. Better than I expected. You sound surprised. I am. Genuine warmth colored her mental voice. You're not the helpless boy I captured at the ministry anymore, Harry. You're becoming formidable. The compliment shouldn't have meant anything. But coming from Bellatrix, from someone who'd survived Azkaban and served the darkest wizard alive, it meant everything. I had a good teacher, Harry thought back. He felt her pleasure at the acknowledgement, quickly suppressed but unmistakable. Get some sleep, she commanded. You'll need your strength. And Harry. Yeah. Don't trust anyone completely. Not even Dumbledore. Her mental voice was deadly serious. The more people who know about us, the more danger we're in. I know. Good. A pause. Sleep well. Her presence faded from his mind, though the bond remained a constant hum of connection. Harry finally dragged himself upstairs to bed, his mind reeling from everything they'd accomplished. Direct communication through the bond opened up possibilities he'd barely considered. They could coordinate in real time, share information instantly, and maintain their cover story. They might actually pull this off. But as Harry lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, doubt crept in. How long could they keep this up? How long before Voldemort sensed their deception? How long before the constant lies destroyed Harry from the inside? Through the bond, he felt Bellatrix's sleeping mind, her dreams a chaotic mix of memories and fears. She was dreaming of Azkaban, of cold darkness and dementors and the slow erosion of sanity. Without thinking, Harry reached out through the bond, sending calm and warmth. Bellatrix's dreams shifted, the nightmares fading into something gentler. She didn't wake, but through the bond, Harry felt her gratitude. And he realized with startling clarity that they were becoming dependent on each other. Not just for survival, not just because of the bond, but because in a world full of enemies and lies, they were the only ones who truly understood what the other was going through. It was dangerous. It was necessary. And it was changing them both in ways neither of them had anticipated. Harry finally closed his eyes, letting sleep claim him. Tomorrow he would fake a vision. Tomorrow he would lie to Dumbledore again. Tomorrow he would take another step deeper into the web of deception they were weaving. But tonight, with Bellatrix's presence a gentle hum in his mind, Harry felt something he hadn't felt since Sirius died. Hope. Fragile and dangerous, but hope nonetheless. The bond pulsed at his wrist, silver light barely visible in the darkness. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived, became something he'd never imagined he'd be. A spy, a liar, and the unlikely partner of Bellatrix Lestrange. The next morning, Harry woke to screaming. For a terrifying moment, he thought it was his own voice, thought he'd somehow given away the bond in his sleep. Then he realized the screams were coming from outside, from the grounds below. Harry threw off his covers and ran to the window. The castle was under attack. Death Eaters swept across the grounds, their masks gleaming in the early morning light. Students were fleeing toward the castle, professors forming defensive lines. Spells lit up the air like deadly fireworks. Through the bond, Harry felt Bellatrix's shock and horror. She hadn't known about this attack. Voldemort had kept it secret from her, had deliberately excluded her from the planning. He knows, her panicked voice filled Harry's mind. He knows about us, Harry. This is a test. Harry's blood turned to ice. This wasn't a raid. This was a trap, and they'd walked right into it. Everyone to the Great Hall. McGonagall's voice echoed through the corridors. Now, students poured from their dormitories, fear and confusion on their faces. Ron and Hermione appeared at Harry's side, both still in their nightclothes. What's happening? Hermione asked, her voice tight with fear. Death Eaters, Harry said grimly, already pulling on his robes with shaking hands. They're attacking the castle. Through the bond, he felt Bellatrix moving, felt her desperate determination. She was coming. She was going to try to protect him during the attack, to keep up appearances while actually keeping him safe. But if Voldemort was testing them? Don't come, Harry thought desperately. It's too dangerous. I have to. Bellatrix's mental voice was steel. If I don't participate in the attack, he'll know for certain that I've turned. I have to play my part, Harry. You know that. She was right. God help them both, she was right. Harry. Ron's voice cut through his panic. You okay? Fine, Harry lied, grabbing his wand. Let's go. They raced toward the Great Hall with the other students, but Harry's mind was already racing ahead. The bond would give him an advantage, he'd feel Bellatrix's location, would know when she was close. But it also made him vulnerable. If he had to fight her, to make it look real. They reached the Great Hall to find it organized chaos. Dumbledore stood at the front, calm despite the crisis, directing students to defensive positions. The younger years were being evacuated through the flow, while the older students were being armed and prepared to fight. Harry. Dumbledore's voice cut across the noise. A word, please. Harry's stomach dropped. He crossed the hall, feeling every eye on him. Dumbledore's expression was grave. I need you to stay here, protected. Voldemort may be trying to draw you out. I can fight, Harry protested. I need to fight. You need to survive. Dumbledore's voice was firm. That's all that matters. But through the bond, Harry felt Bellatrix approaching the castle. Felt her fear and determination in desperate hope that they could both survive this. And Harry realized he couldn't stay hidden. Not when she was out there, forced to play a role that could get her killed. Not when the bond meant her death might be his death too. I'm sorry, Professor, Harry said quietly. But I have to do this. Before Dumbledore could stop him, Harry turned and ran. Ran toward the battle. Ran toward Bellatrix. Ran toward a confrontation that would either save them both or destroy them completely. The bond burned at his wrist, a beacon and a warning. And Harry Potter charged into the fight of his life. Harry burst through the castle doors into chaos. The grounds were a war zone. Spells lit up the morning sky in violent streaks of color, red, green, purple, each one deadly. Students and professors fought side by side against masked Death Eaters, their defensive formations already beginning to break under the relentless assault. The air smelled of smoke and ozone and fear. Through the bond, Harry felt Bellatrix's location immediately. She was near the Forbidden Forest, moving toward the castle with 3 other Death Eaters. Her emotions were a tangled mess, determination, fear, and underneath it all, desperate hope that Harry would understand what she had to do. Stay inside, her voice commanded in his mind. Let me handle this. I can't, Harry thought back, already running down the stone steps. If Voldemort is testing us, I need to be out here. We need to make this look real. He felt her curse through the bond, felt her recognition that he was right. If Harry stayed hidden while Bellatrix participated in the attack, it would look suspicious. They needed to fight each other, to make Voldemort believe nothing had changed between them. Potter. McGonagall's voice rang out across the grounds. Get back inside. But Harry was already moving, his wand raised, searching the battlefield for threats. A Death Eater spotted him and fired a curse. Harry deflected it with a shield charm, then sent a stunning spell back. The Death Eater dodged, laughing beneath his mask. The boy who lived. The Death Eater called out. Come to die. Not today, Harry shot back, his training with Bellatrix kicking in automatically. He moved like she'd taught him, fluid, unpredictable, always thinking 3 moves ahead. The Death Eater was good, but Harry was better. Within seconds, he had the masked figure on the defensive, driving him back toward the forest. Then he felt her. Bellatrix emerged from the tree line, her wild hair streaming behind her, her wand already raised. Their eyes met across the battlefield, and for a split second, the bond flared so bright that Harry gasped. She looked terrifying. Beautiful and deadly and completely insane, exactly how the world expected Bellatrix Lestrange to look. But through the bond, Harry felt the act she was putting on, felt her calculating every move. Potter. She shrieked, her voice carrying across the grounds. I've been looking for you. She sent a cutting curse at him, and Harry barely had time to dodge. The spell sliced through a nearby tree, sending splinters flying. He rolled, came up firing his own spells, and the deadly dance began. They fought like enemies. Bellatrix cackled as she sent curse after curse his way, each one missing by inches. To anyone watching, it looked like she was trying to kill him. But through the bond, Harry felt her precision, felt how carefully she was controlling each spell to look dangerous without actually hitting him. Harry did the same, throwing stunning spells and disarming charms that Bellatrix avoided with practiced ease. They moved across the battlefield, their duel drawing attention from both sides. The Dark Lord is watching. Bellatrix's voice filled his mind even as she screamed insults at him aloud. He's not here physically, but he's seeing through my eyes. Make it good. Harry's blood ran cold, but he didn't let it show. Instead, he channeled his fear into rage, let it show on his face as he attacked with renewed fury. You killed Sirius, he shouted, and the pain in his voice was real. I'm going to make you pay. Poor baby Potter. Bellatrix taunted, spinning away from his spell. Still crying over the blood traitor. He died like a dog. The words cut deep, even though Harry knew she didn't mean them, even though he could feel her guilt and regret through the bond. He let that pain fuel his next attack, a powerful blasting curse that exploded the ground at Bellatrix's feet. She stumbled, and for a moment, Harry's heart stopped. Had he actually hurt her? But she was already up, laughing, her eyes wild. Through the bond, he felt her approval. He was doing well, selling the performance. Around them, the battle raged on. Harry caught glimpses of other fights, Tonks dueling with Dolohov, Lupin trading spells with a masked Death Eater, students huddled behind conjured barriers. The castle's wards were holding, but barely. We need to end this, Harry thought desperately. People are getting hurt. I know. Bellatrix's mental voice was strained. But if I retreat too soon, the Dark Lord will suspect. We need a reason, something that makes my withdrawal look necessary. A scream cut through the air. Harry's head whipped around to see Neville on the ground, his wand rolling away from him, a Death Eater standing over him with wand raised for a killing curse. Without thinking, Harry acted. Expelliarmus. His spell hit the Death Eater, sending the masked figure flying backward. Harry ran to Neville, helping him up, his eyes scanning for the next threat. That's when he saw Voldemort. Not physically present, but Harry felt him through the bond. Felt Voldemort's consciousness suddenly pressing against Bellatrix's mind, demanding to see through her eyes more clearly, demanding to know what Harry was doing. Bellatrix's panic flooded the bond. He's pushing deeper, her voice was strained. I can't hold him back much longer. He's going to sense you through me. Harry's mind raced desperately. If Voldemort pushed too deep into Bellatrix's mind, he'd feel the bond, feel their connection, and realize they'd been deceiving him. Everything would fall apart. Unless, let him in, Harry thought quickly. What? Let him see what he expects to see. Harry's plan formed even as he thought it. Show him me saving Neville. Show him me being the hero, the Gryffindor who can't let anyone die. Make him think I'm predictable, soft. He felt Bellatrix's understanding, felt her shield shift to allow Voldemort deeper access. But she was clever, she only showed him what Harry suggested, kept their mental communication hidden, kept the truth of their partnership buried beneath layers of false thoughts. Through Bellatrix's eyes, Voldemort watched Harry help Neville to safety. Through the bond, Harry felt Voldemort's cruel satisfaction. The Dark Lord thought Harry's compassion was weakness, thought saving Neville proved how easy it would be to manipulate the boy who lived. Perfect, Bellatrix thought, relief flooding through her. He's satisfied. He's withdrawing. But Voldemort had one final command before he left Bellatrix's mind. Hurt him, the Dark Lord's voice echoed through the bond, cold and absolute. Prove your loyalty. Make Potter bleed. Bellatrix's horror crashed into Harry like a wave. I can't, she thought desperately. If I hurt you, you'll feel it through the bond, it'll be worse for you. You have to, Harry thought back, his stomach churning with dread. If you don't, he'll know something's wrong. Harry, do it, he commanded, steeling himself. Make it look real. He saw the moment she made her decision. Saw her face harden, her wand rise. Through the bond, he felt her whispered apology. Crucio. Pain. Unimaginable, all-consuming, devastating pain. Harry collapsed, his body convulsing as the Cruciatus curse tore through him. Every nerve was on fire, every cell screaming in agony. And worse, so much worse, through the bond, he felt Bellatrix experiencing his pain, felt her agony as she was forced to torture someone she'd come to care about. It created a feedback loop of suffering. Both of them screaming. Both of them breaking. Bellatrix held the curse for exactly 3 seconds before releasing it, but those 3 seconds felt like an eternity. Harry lay on the ground, gasping, blood trickling from his nose and ears. Around him, he was dimly aware of shouts, of people running toward him. Through the bond, he felt Bellatrix's anguish. She was crying, actually crying, tears streaming down her face even as she forced herself to laugh manically. "Not so powerful now, are you, Potter?" she shrieked, but her mental voice was broken. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Harry, I'm sorry." "It's okay," Harry managed to think back, though his mind was still reeling. "You did what you had to do." A shield charm appeared between them. Dumbledore had arrived, his face terrible with fury. "Enough, Bellatrix," she cackled, spinning away. "Until next time, Potter." She fired a spell at the castle, not to hurt, but to create a distraction, and then dissipated. Through the bond, Harry felt her land somewhere far away, felt her collapse in a shaking heap, felt her cry harder than she'd probably cried in years. "Harry." Hermione was at his side, her face pale with fear. "Are you okay?" Did she? "I'm fine," Harry lied, trying to sit up despite the tremors racking his body. Around them, the Death Eaters were retreating, dissipating one by one. The attack was over. They'd survived. But at what cost? Dumbledore helped Harry to his feet, his eyes searching Harry's face with uncomfortable intensity. "Did Bellatrix say anything to you? Anything about why she attacked the school?" Harry shook his head, not trusting his voice. Through the bond, he could still feel Bellatrix's tears, could feel her guilt and self-hatred. She'd been forced to torture him to maintain their cover, and it was destroying her. "Stop," Harry thought to her as firmly as he could. "Stop crying. You did what you had to do." "I'm okay." "You're not okay," her mental voice was ragged. "I can feel your pain. And I can feel yours." Harry's thought was gentle despite his own suffering. "We're in this together, remember? Both of us hurt, both of us surviving. Don't let Voldemort win by letting this break you." He felt her struggle to compose herself, felt her force the tears to stop. She was strong, he realized. Stronger than anyone gave her credit for. "Get him to the hospital wing," Dumbledore ordered, and Harry found himself being half-carried by Ron and Hermione. The next few hours passed in a haze of healing potions and concerned faces. Madame Pomfrey fussed over him, cataloging the damage the Cruciatus had done. It wasn't as bad as it could have been, Bellatrix had held back as much as she dared, but it was still severe. Through the bond, Harry felt Bellatrix return to Voldemort. Felt her kneel before the Dark Lord and accept his praise for her successful attack on Potter. Felt her stomach turn with disgust even as she thanked him for the opportunity to hurt his enemy. She was a good actress. Better than Harry had realized. "How are you?" Her mental voice finally reached him, hours later. Harry was alone in the hospital wing, the curtains drawn around his bed. Everyone else had been shooed away by Pomfrey, who insisted he needed rest. Sore, he thought back honestly. But alive. "You. The same." A pause. "The Dark Lord is pleased. He thinks the attack proved that I'm still loyal, that the bond hasn't changed my hatred of you." "Good." Harry shifted in the bed, wincing at the lingering ache. "Then it worked. At what cost?" Bellatrix's mental voice was hollow. "I tortured you, Harry. I used an unforgivable curse on you and made you scream. To save our cover," Harry reminded her. "If you hadn't, Voldemort would have known something was wrong. That doesn't make it right." Harry was silent for a moment, considering. Through the bond, he could feel her self-loathing, her conviction that she was a monster who deserved to suffer. "You're not what he made you," Harry thought finally. "You're not just his weapon. You're more than that, am I?" The question was small, vulnerable. "Sometimes I can't remember who I was before him. Before Azkaban, before the Dark Mark. Was I ever anything other than this?" "Yes," Harry thought with absolute certainty. "And you can be again." He felt her disbelief, felt her desperate want to believe him warring with years of conditioning that told her she was beyond redemption. "Sleep," she commanded, changing the subject. "You need to heal. So do you. I don't deserve to heal." "Bellatrix." "Sleep, Harry." Her mental voice was firm, brooking no argument. "We'll talk tomorrow." Her presence faded from his mind, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. He stared at the ceiling of the hospital wing, his body aching, his mind racing. Today had been a test, and they'd passed. But there would be more tests, more situations where they'd have to hurt each other to maintain their cover. How long could they keep doing this? How long before the constant deception and pain broke them both? Through the bond, he felt Bellatrix's sleeping mind, her dreams filled with darkness and regret. Without thinking, Harry reached out, sending warmth and comfort through their connection. Her dreams settled, becoming gentler. And Harry realized something that terrified him. He was starting to care about Bellatrix Lestrange. Not despite what she'd done, but alongside it. He saw her complexity now, saw the woman trapped beneath the mask of madness. She'd killed Sirius, had done terrible things, but she was also a victim of Voldemort's manipulation. She deserved punishment for her crimes. But she also deserved a chance at redemption. And Harry found himself wanting to give her that chance. The bond pulsed at his wrist, warm beneath the glamour. Harry closed his eyes, letting exhaustion claim him. Tomorrow they would continue the deception. Tomorrow they would lie and manipulate and hurt each other when necessary. Tomorrow they would be enemies in public and reluctant allies in secret. But tonight, through the bond, they were just two broken people trying to survive. And maybe, just maybe, trying to save each other. Chapter 9, Shifting Loyalties. A week passed, and the castle slowly returned to normal. The attack had shaken everyone. Students walked the corridors with wary eyes, and professors maintained constant vigilance. The Death Eaters hadn't succeeded in breaching the castle, but they'd proven Hogwarts wasn't as safe as everyone had believed. Harry threw himself into his studies with renewed determination. Partially because he needed the distraction, but mostly because he needed to be ready. Ready for the next attack, the next test, the next impossible situation Voldemort would force them into. Through the bond, he felt Bellatrix doing the same. She was researching, reading through ancient texts about soul magic and bonds, searching for any weakness Voldemort might exploit. Every night, they communicated through their mental link, sharing information and strategies. It was during one of these nightly conversations that Bellatrix dropped a bombshell. The Dark Lord is planning something big, her mental voice was tense. A raid on Diagon Alley. He wants to make a statement, show that nowhere is safe. Harry sat up in bed, his heart racing. When? 3 days from now. He's keeping the exact timing secret, but I heard him discussing it with the inner circle. A pause. Harry, this is going to be bad. He's sending at least 20 Death Eaters. Casualties will be high. Harry's mind raced. I need to warn the Order. How? Bellatrix's question was sharp. You can't just tell them. They'll want to know how you got the information. Another vision, Harry thought quickly. I'll say I saw it through my scar connection to Voldemort. That might work. Bellatrix's doubt bled through the bond. But Dumbledore will want details. Exact timing, numbers, targets. Information you shouldn't have through visions. She was right. The scar connection gave Harry flashes, not detailed intelligence reports. If he provided too much information, Dumbledore would question how he'd obtained it. Then I'll give him enough to prepare, but not so much that he gets suspicious, Harry decided. General warning, approximate timeframe. Let the Order figure out the rest. And if people die because you didn't give them all the information. Bellatrix's mental voice was challenging. Can you live with that? Harry was silent. It was the impossible choice they faced constantly, protect their cover or save lives. There was no right answer. I'll give them what I can, he thought finally. It's better than nothing. He felt Bellatrix's resignation. She didn't like it either, but she understood the necessity. The next morning, Harry went to Dumbledore's office. The headmaster looked up from his desk as Harry entered, concern immediate on his face. Harry, is everything all right? I had another vision, Harry lied, the words tasting like ash. About Voldemort. He's planning an attack on Diagon Alley. Dumbledore's expression grew grave. When? Soon. Within the next few days, I think. Harry forced uncertainty into his voice. The vision wasn't clear, but I saw Death Eaters, lots of them. And people screaming. It wasn't completely a lie. Harry had seen glimpses of Bellatrix's memories of previous raids. He knew what Voldemort's attacks looked like. Did you see anything else? Any specific targets or timing? Harry shook his head. Just chaos. Fire. People running. He met Dumbledore's eyes. We need to warn them. We need to stop this. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment, and Harry felt the gentle probe of legilimency. He'd been expecting it. Harry presented the false memory he'd constructed, flashes of Diagon Alley, Death Eater masks, screams. Fragmented and unclear, exactly how visions through the scar connection should be. Finally, Dumbledore nodded. "Thank you for bringing this to me, Harry. The Order will be alerted." He paused. "How is your occlumency practice progressing? These visions must be difficult." "I'm working on it," Harry said truthfully. Thanks to Bellatrix, his shields were actually quite good now. But the connection is strong. Indeed. Dumbledore's eyes were piercing. "Be careful, Harry. Voldemort is cunning. He may be showing you these visions deliberately, trying to manipulate you." The irony wasn't lost on Harry. Dumbledore was right to be suspicious, just wrong about the source. "I understand, sir." As Harry left the office, he felt Bellatrix's approval through the bond. He'd played his part well. But the guilt remained. The next 3 days were tense. Harry watched as Order members came and went from the castle, saw the increased security around Diagon Alley through Ron's comments about his mother being called away. They were preparing, thanks to his warning. But would it be enough? The night before the planned raid, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in bed, feeling Bellatrix's similar restlessness through the bond. She was at Malfoy Manor, preparing with the other Death Eaters for tomorrow's attack. "Are you scared?" Harry thought to her. A long pause. "Yes," she admitted finally. "Not of the fighting. I've done that 1,000 times. But of everything else. Of what I'll have to do to maintain the illusion." "You don't have to kill anyone," Harry thought desperately. "You can. If I don't participate fully, the Dark Lord will know." Bellatrix's mental voice was heavy with resignation. "I have to play my part, Harry. You know that." "I know." Harry's chest ached with helplessness. I wish there was another way." "So do I." They were silent for a while, both grappling with the impossible situation. "Harry," Bellatrix's mental voice was softer now, "if something happens tomorrow. If I don't make it back." "Don't," Harry interrupted. "Don't talk like that. We need to be realistic." Her determination flowed through the bond. "If I die, the bond might kill you too. You need to be prepared for that possibility." "Then don't die," Harry thought fiercely. Simple as that. He felt her surprised laugh. "Simple. Right. Promise me," Harry pressed. "Promise you'll come back." "I promise to try." It was the best she could offer. "And Harry, if things go wrong, if the Dark Lord discovers what we've been doing." "What?" "Run." Her mental voice was absolute. "Don't try to save me. Just run and hide and survive. I'm not leaving you. You will if I command it through the bond." Bellatrix's threat was real. "Don't make me force you, Harry. Promise me that if everything falls apart, you'll save yourself." Harry wanted to argue, wanted to refuse. But he felt her determination, felt how serious she was. "Fine," he thought reluctantly. "But only if you promise the same. If Voldemort discovers us, you run too." "Deal." They maintained their mental connection through the night, neither willing to break the link. It was comforting, having her presence in his mind. Strange how quickly he'd adapted to it, how natural it felt now. Dawn came too soon. Harry felt Bellatrix preparing for the raid, felt her don her Death Eater robes and mask. Through her eyes, he saw the other Death Eaters gathering, Dolohov, the Carrows, Yaxley, others he didn't recognize. 20 in total, just as she'd said. Voldemort appeared, his red eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Today, we remind the wizarding world that nowhere is safe," the Dark Lord announced. "Strike hard, strike fast. Leave no survivors who might identify you." Harry's blood ran cold. Through the bond, he felt Bellatrix's acceptance of the Order, felt her preparing to kill. And beneath that, buried deep, her revulsion at what she was about to do. "I'm sorry," she thought to Harry. "For what I'm about to become." "You're doing what you have to," Harry thought back, though the words felt hollow. "Just be careful." The Death Eaters dissipated, and Bellatrix's presence in Harry's mind became distant, strained by magical interference. Harry leapt out of bed, throwing on his robes. He needed to get to Diagon Alley, needed to help. The Order would be there, but they didn't know the exact numbers, didn't know how brutal this would be. He ran through the castle, not caring who saw him or what questions they'd ask later. He burst onto the grounds just as the sun crested the horizon, painting everything in shades of gold and red. Too much like blood. Harry disapparated, the world spinning around him. He materialized in a side alley near Diagon Alley and immediately heard the screams. The raid had begun. Harry ran toward the chaos, his wand raised, and found himself in hell. Diagon Alley was burning. Shops exploded, sending glass and debris flying. Witches and wizards fled in every direction, many of them injured, some not moving at all. Death Eaters swept through the street like a plague, firing curses indiscriminately. And in the center of it all, Harry saw her. Bellatrix, her wild hair streaming behind her, her wand moving in deadly patterns. She was laughing, that terrible cackle that haunted his nightmares. To anyone watching, she looked like the monster everyone believed her to be. But through the bond, Harry felt the truth. She was screaming inside. Every curse she cast, every life she took, was destroying her piece by piece. She hated what she was doing, hated herself for doing it, but she couldn't stop. Voldemort was watching through her eyes again, and she had to play her part perfectly. Harry's heart broke. Stupefy. The stunning spell flew past Bellatrix's head, and she spun to face him. Their eyes met across the burning street, and the bond flared so bright that Harry gasped. "I'm sorry," she thought desperately. "I'm so sorry. Potter," she shrieked, advancing on him. "Come to die." They fought again, their duel brutal and violent. Around them, Order members engaged the other Death Eaters. Harry caught glimpses of Mad Eye, Tonks, Kingsley, all fighting desperately to protect the civilians still fleeing. But his focus was on Bellatrix. Their spells lit up the street, each attack carefully controlled to look deadly while avoiding actual harm. They'd gotten good at this deadly dance, at fighting each other without truly hurting. But accidents happened. A cutting curse meant to miss caught Harry's shoulder, slicing deep. He cried out, blood soaking his robes, and through the bond felt Bellatrix's horror. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean." "I know," Harry thought back through gritted teeth. "Keep going." She did, but he felt her guilt like a physical weight. The battle raged for what felt like hours but was probably only minutes. Finally, Aurors began apparating in, their numbers turning the tide. The Death Eaters started retreating, disapparating one by one. Bellatrix was one of the last to leave. She locked eyes with Harry one final time, and through the bond, he felt her relief that he was alive. Then she was gone. Harry collapsed to his knees, blood loss making him dizzy. Around him, Diagon Alley was devastated. Fires still burned, bodies lay in the street, and the survivors wailed with grief and trauma. They'd saved some people, but not enough. Never enough. Harry. Tonks was at his side, her hands already moving to heal his shoulder. "What are you doing here? You could have been killed." "Had to help," Harry managed, his voice weak. As healers arrived and began tending to the wounded, as the Aurors secured the area and started counting casualties, Harry felt Bellatrix return to Voldemort. Felt her kneel before the Dark Lord. Felt her accept his praise for her ruthless efficiency. And felt her vomit later. Alone in her room, the reality of what she'd done crashing over her. Through the bond, Harry sent comfort, sent understanding. And felt her cling to it like a lifeline. They were both drowning. Both trapped in roles that were destroying them. But they were drowning together. And somehow, that made it bearable. Barely. 2 weeks after the Diagon Alley massacre, Harry sat in the library, staring at a book without really seeing it. 17 people had died that day. 17 witches and wizards who'd just been shopping, living their lives, completely unaware that Death Eaters were about to descend on them. The Daily Prophet had run their names and photographs for 3 days straight, each face a reminder of Harry's failure. He could have saved them. If he'd given Dumbledore all the information Bellatrix had provided, exact timing, exact numbers, the Death Eaters' battle plan, the Order could have been better prepared. They could have evacuated everyone before the attack even started. But revealing that much detail would have exposed the bond. So Harry had stayed silent, and 17 people had paid the price. "Harry." Hermione's voice pulled him from his dark thoughts. She sat down across from him, her expression concerned. "You've been staring at that same page for 20 minutes. What's wrong?" "Nothing," Harry lied automatically. It was getting easier, the lying. That terrified him almost as much as everything else. "Don't give me that." Hermione leaned forward, lowering her voice. "You've been different since the Department of Mysteries. Distant. Like you're carrying something heavy and won't let anyone help." She had no idea how right she was. Harry forced a smile. I'm fine, Hermione. Just worried about Voldemort. The attacks are getting worse. It wasn't entirely a lie. The attacks were getting worse. Voldemort was growing bolder, and through Bellatrix, Harry felt the Dark Lord's increasing confidence. He believed he was winning, believed nothing could stop him now. Hermione studied him for a long moment, clearly not convinced. But before she could press further, Ron appeared, dropping heavily into a chair. "Mum's going mental," he announced. "Another order meeting tonight. Third one this week." He looked at Harry. "She won't tell me what's going on, but it must be bad." Through the bond, Harry already knew what the meeting was about. Voldemort was planning another raid, this time on a ministry safe house where several Muggle-born families were hiding. Bellatrix had told him last night, her mental voice heavy with dread. Harry would have to fake another vision soon. Warn the Order just enough to help without revealing too much. The constant calculation was exhausting. "Harry." Ron was staring at him. "You okay? You zoned out." "Sorry." Harry shook his head. "Just tired." "You're always tired lately," Ron observed. "And you've got these dark circles under your eyes. Are you having nightmares again?" "In a way, yes. But not the kind Ron was thinking of." Every night, Harry experienced Bellatrix's memories through the bond. Her time in Azkaban, the torture she'd endured and inflicted, the slow erosion of her sanity. He saw everything she'd done in service to Voldemort, every crime, every victim. It should have made him hate her. Instead, it made him understand her. And that was somehow worse. "I'm managing," Harry said, closing his book. "I should probably get to potions. Snape will have my head if I'm late again." He escaped before his friends could ask more questions. Walking through the corridors, Harry felt Bellatrix's presence in his mind, a constant companion. She was at Malfoy Manor, attending another Death Eater meeting. Through her ears, he heard Voldemort's voice, cold and commanding. "The Ministry grows desperate," the Dark Lord was saying. "They hide their blood traitors and mudbloods in safe houses, thinking we cannot find them." A pause. "But we have eyes everywhere. We will strike tomorrow night." Harry's steps faltered. Tomorrow. That didn't give him much time to warn anyone. "I'm sorry," Bellatrix's mental voice was strained. "I tried to get more details, tried to delay the attack, but he's not listening to me lately. I think he suspects something." Harry's blood ran cold. "What makes you think that?" "He's been watching me more closely. Entering my mind without warning, checking my loyalty." Her fear bled through the bond. "I've managed to hide our connection so far, but it's getting harder. He's suspicious of everyone now. We need to be more careful," Harry thought back. "We're already as careful as we can be." Bellatrix's mental voice was bitter. "This can't last forever, Harry. Eventually, he's going to discover the truth. Then we'll deal with it when it happens." Harry tried to sound confident, but he felt her doubt, felt his own. And if dealing with it means dying? Harry didn't have an answer for that. He made it to potions in a daze, barely registering Snape's scathing comments about his subpar work. His mind was racing, trying to figure out how to warn the Order about tomorrow's raid without raising suspicion. Another vision. It would have to be another vision. But how many visions could he claim to have before Dumbledore started questioning the frequency? The Scar connection had never been this reliable before. Sooner or later, someone would notice the pattern. Class ended, and Harry headed straight for Dumbledore's office. The gargoyle moved aside at his approach. Dumbledore must have been expecting him. Harry climbed the spiral staircase with leaden feet, each step feeling like a betrayal. "Harry," Dumbledore greeted him, gesturing to a chair. "What brings you here?" "Another vision," Harry said, the lie smooth now. "Voldemort is planning to attack a safe house. Tomorrow night." Dumbledore's expression grew grave. "Did you see which safe house?" Harry shook his head. He genuinely didn't know. Bellatrix hadn't been told the location yet. Just that it's soon, and that there will be families there. Muggle-borns. "I see." Dumbledore studied him, those blue eyes seeming to see right through Harry's carefully constructed shields. "These visions are becoming more frequent." "I know." Harry forced worry into his voice. "I don't know why. The connection seems to be getting stronger. Or Voldemort is allowing you to see more." Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. "Tell me, Harry, have you considered that these visions might be bait? That Voldemort might be feeding you information to manipulate the Order's movements?" The irony made Harry want to laugh. Or cry. He wasn't sure which. "I've thought about it," Harry admitted. "But what choice do we have? If there's even a chance the visions are real, we have to act on them." Indeed. Dumbledore's gaze was piercing. "But we must be cautious. Voldemort is a master manipulator. If only Dumbledore knew how right he was." After leaving the headmaster's office, Harry retreated to the room of requirement. He needed privacy, needed space to think without Ron and Hermione watching his every move. The room appeared as a comfortable study, complete with a fireplace and soft chairs. Harry sank into one, letting his head fall back. "Are you all right?" Bellatrix's mental voice was gentle, concerned. "No," Harry thought back honestly. "I'm tired of lying. Tired of watching people die because I can't tell the truth." "I know." Her understanding flowed through the bond. "I feel the same way. Every person I hurt, every spell I cast in the Dark Lord's name, it's destroying me." "Then why do we keep doing this?" "Because the alternative is death." Bellatrix's mental voice was hollow. "For both of us." Harry sat in silence, feeling her presence in his mind. Over the past weeks, that presence had become comforting. Familiar. He could no longer imagine his thoughts without her voice occasionally threading through them. "Tell me something," Harry thought impulsively. "Something about who you were before Voldemort. Before all of this." Bellatrix was silent for a long moment. Harry thought she might refuse, might retreat behind her usual walls. But then, "I wanted to be a healer," she admitted quietly. "Before Hogwarts, before my family's expectations crushed that dream. I used to practice healing spells on injured birds, on my sister's scraped knees." A bitter laugh echoed through the bond. "Ironic, isn't it? Now I'm better at causing injuries than healing them." Harry felt her pain, her regret for the person she might have been. "You could be that person again," he thought. "After all this is over. You could." "There is no after, Harry." Bellatrix's mental voice was firm. "When this ends, I'll either be dead or in Azkaban. There's no redemption for someone like me." "I don't believe that." "You should." But beneath her words, Harry felt something else. Hope. Fragile and desperately hidden, but there. She wanted to believe him. Wanted to believe that redemption was possible. "The raid tomorrow," Bellatrix's mental voice shifted, becoming more businesslike. "I'll try to minimize casualties. Target the building's structure instead of the people. Make it look like collateral damage rather than deliberate murder." "That's dangerous," Harry thought. "If Voldemort notices you're holding back." "I'll be careful." Her determination was absolute. "I can't keep killing innocent people, Harry. I can't. The bond makes me feel your horror every time, and it's too much." Harry felt tears prick his eyes. This was Bellatrix Lestrange, the woman who'd laughed while torturing the Longbottoms into insanity. And now she was trying to minimize casualties because she couldn't stand causing him pain. The bond was changing them both. "Be careful," Harry thought finally. "I can't lose you." The admission surprised them both. "Harry, I mean it." Harry's mental voice was fierce. "You're the only person who understands what I'm going through. The only person who knows the truth. I need you." He felt her shock, felt her try to process his words. Then, slowly, warmth bloomed through the bond. "I need you too," she admitted. "More than I should. More than is safe." They sat in comfortable silence, connected across the distance, both trapped in impossible situations but no longer alone. That night, Harry dreamed. But for once, they weren't nightmares. He dreamed of Bellatrix before Azkaban, young and bright-eyed, healing a bird's broken wing with gentle hands. He dreamed of a world where she'd never met Voldemort, where she'd become the healer she'd wanted to be. He dreamed of freedom. And when he woke, he found Bellatrix had dreamed the same dream. Their bond was deepening, merging their subconscious minds. Soon, there would be no separation between them at all. The thought should have terrified Harry. Instead, it felt inevitable. Like coming home. The next night, Harry waited anxiously for news of the raid. He sat in the common room, pretending to study while his mind was miles away. Through the bond, he felt Bellatrix preparing, felt her steel herself for what was to come. "Remember," he thought to her. "Structure, not people. I remember." Her mental voice was tight. "Wish me luck. Be safe. The Death Eaters attacked at midnight." Through Bellatrix's eyes, Harry saw the safe house, a nondescript cottage protected by wards. He felt her raise her wand, felt her deliberately aim at the walls rather than the windows where he could sense people moving inside. Her spell hit the foundation, causing the building to shake but not collapse. Other Death Eaters followed her lead, assuming she knew the best way to breach the wards. But Bellatrix was careful, giving the families inside time to escape through the back while making it look like she was trying to destroy the building. It almost worked. Then Voldemort appeared. Harry felt Bellatrix's terror as the Dark Lord materialized beside her, his red eyes taking in the scene with cold calculation. "Bella," he said softly. "Why are the mudbloods escaping?" "The wards are stronger than expected, my lord," Bellatrix replied quickly. "I'm trying to." "Liar." The Cruciatus hit her without warning. Through the bond, Harry felt every agonizing second. He bit down on his fist to keep from screaming, his body convulsing in sympathetic pain. Around him in the common room, students stared, but Harry couldn't focus on them. All he could feel was Bellatrix's torture. When it finally ended, Harry heard Voldemort's voice through her ringing ears. "You've been soft lately, Bella." "Weak." The Dark Lord's tone was disappointed. "I wonder why." He entered her mind with brutal force, tearing through her shields. Harry felt Bellatrix desperately trying to hide their connection, trying to show Voldemort only what he expected to see. But the Dark Lord was too strong, too skilled. He was getting closer to the truth, peeling back her defenses layer by layer. Fight him, Harry thought desperately. Don't let him find us. But it was too late. Voldemort found the bond. Through Bellatrix's consciousness, Harry felt the Dark Lord's shock, then his fury, then his terrible understanding. Well, Voldemort said softly. What have we here? And Harry knew. Their deception was over. Everything was about to fall apart. Through the bond, he felt Bellatrix's despair, felt her certainty that they were both about to die. Run, she commanded through their mental link. Run, Harry. Now. But Harry couldn't move. Because through the bond, Voldemort was looking back at him. Red eyes meeting green across an impossible distance. Hello, Harry, the Dark Lord whispered. And smiled. Chapter 11, Exposed. Harry's world shattered in an instant. Through the bond, he felt Voldemort's presence invading his mind like ice water flooding his veins. The Dark Lord was inside Bellatrix's consciousness, and through her, he'd found the connection to Harry. It was everything they'd feared, everything they'd worked so desperately to prevent. And now it was happening. Harry, run. Bellatrix's mental scream was agonized, desperate. I'll hold him as long as I can. But Harry couldn't run. His body was frozen, locked in place by the sheer force of Voldemort's will pressing against his mind. Around him in the common room, students were shouting, someone was shaking his shoulder, but it all seemed distant, unimportant. All that mattered was the bond. And the monster using it to reach him. Fascinating, Voldemort's voice echoed through both Harry's and Bellatrix's consciousness. A soul bond. Ancient magic. And you've been using it to spy on me, haven't you, Harry? Using my loyal Bella as your informant. No. Bellatrix's mental voice was fierce despite her terror. He forced me, my lord. The bond controls me, makes me. Don't lie to me, Bella. Voldemort's tone was almost gentle, which made it more terrifying. I can feel the truth through our connection. You chose him. You betrayed me. Through the bond, Harry felt Voldemort's rage building, felt him prepare to punish Bellatrix in ways that would destroy her mind completely. Harry had to do something, had to act, but his body still wouldn't respond. Then Dumbledore was there. The headmaster's presence slammed into Harry's consciousness like a shield, pushing back against Voldemort's invasion. Release him, Dumbledore commanded, his power radiating through his words. Voldemort laughed, the sound echoing impossibly in three minds at once. Ah, Dumbledore. Always interfering. But he withdrew slightly, enough that Harry could breathe again. Harry gasped, his eyes flying open. He was on the floor of the common room, students crowded around him in panic. Dumbledore knelt beside him, one hand on Harry's shoulder, his wand raised defensively. What happened? The headmaster demanded. Harry couldn't answer. Through the bond, he felt Bellatrix being dragged away from the failed raid, felt Voldemort's cold fury promising terrible punishment. She was about to suffer because of him, because their deception had failed. I'm sorry, Harry thought desperately through their connection. I'm so sorry. Don't be. Bellatrix's mental voice was strangely calm despite everything. This was always going to end badly. At least I got to know you first. The resignation in her thoughts terrified Harry more than her fear had. Professor, Harry managed to choke out. Voldemort, he found something. Someone. He couldn't tell the whole truth, not yet, but he had to say something. Bellatrix Lestrange. I think she's in danger. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. How do you know this? The scar connection, Harry lied desperately. I saw through Voldemort's eyes. He was angry with her. He's going to hurt her. Bellatrix Lestrange is a Death Eater, McGonagall said sharply, having pushed through the crowd of students. Why would you care what Voldemort does to her? Because she's part of me now. Because hurting her means hurting me. Because despite everything, I can't let her die. I saw it, Harry said weakly. Please, we have to. But what could they do? The Order couldn't save Bellatrix. She was too deep in Voldemort's ranks, too compromised. And Harry couldn't reveal the bond without exposing everything. Harry needs to rest, Dumbledore announced, helping him to his feet. Everyone, back to your dormitories. Now. The students dispersed reluctantly, whispering amongst themselves. Ron and Hermione tried to stay, but Dumbledore sent them away too. Only when the common room was empty did the headmaster turn his full attention to Harry. Tell me the truth, he said quietly. All of it. Harry's throat closed. This was it. The moment where everything came crashing down. Through the bond, he felt Bellatrix being thrown into a cell at Malfoy Manor. Felt Voldemort's presence looming over her, terrible and absolute. Felt her brace herself for torture that would make Azkaban seem merciful. And Harry made a choice. There's a bond, he whispered. Between me and Bellatrix Lestrange. A soul bond. It formed during the fight at the Department of Mysteries. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but Harry felt the air in the room grow heavy with power. Show me. It wasn't a request. Harry pulled back his sleeve, revealing the glamour-hidden runes. With a thought, he dropped the concealment spell. Silver marks blazed to life on his wrist, intricate and undeniable. Dumbledore stared at them for a long moment. Then, to Harry's shock, he sighed. I wondered, the headmaster said softly. When you returned from your captivity, something seemed different. Changed. He looked up at Harry. How long have you been working together? Since the binding, Harry admitted. Voldemort tried to use her to spy on me. We decided to turn it around. To use the bond against him. By feeding him false information through your visions. Dumbledore's tone wasn't accusatory, just tired. The raids you warned us about. Bellatrix told you about them. Harry nodded miserably. And now Voldemort has discovered your deception. Another nod. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment, his gaze distant. Finally, he spoke. Bellatrix Lestrange is likely being tortured as we speak. The bond will make you feel her pain. I know, Harry whispered. Already, he could feel the first waves of agony beginning to build through their connection. Voldemort was taking his time, savoring Bellatrix's punishment. Can you sever the bond? Dumbledore asked. No. If one of us dies, the other probably dies too. And even if we survived. Harry met the headmaster's eyes. I won't abandon her. She's suffered enough. She's a Death Eater, Harry. She's killed innocent people. I know what she's done. Harry's voice rose despite himself. I feel her guilt about it every single day through the bond. I know every person she's hurt, every crime she's committed. But I also know she was trying to change. She was trying to help, to save people. The Cruciatus hit Bellatrix full force, and Harry's words cut off in a gasp. He doubled over, his body shaking with phantom pain. It wasn't as intense as when he'd been cursed directly, but it was bad enough. Dumbledore caught him before he fell. Breathe, Harry. Focus on shielding yourself from the bond. Can't, Harry managed through gritted teeth. Too strong. She's taking the worst of it, trying to protect me, but... Another wave of agony crashed through him. Through the bond, Harry heard Voldemort's voice. Tell me everything, Bella. Every conversation with Potter. Every plan. Every moment of your pathetic betrayal. Never. Bellatrix's mental voice was defiant despite her pain. Kill me if you want, but I won't betray him. She was protecting Harry. Even now, even while being tortured, she was trying to keep him safe. We have to save her, Harry gasped out. Professor, please. Saving her means walking into Voldemort's stronghold, Dumbledore said gently. It's suicide. Then I'll go alone. No. Dumbledore's voice was firm. You're too valuable to risk. She's going to die. Harry's voice cracked. He's going to kill her, and I'll feel every second of it, and then I'll probably die too, so what's the difference? The bond pulsed with another wave of pain, and Harry's legs gave out. Dumbledore lowered him carefully to a chair. There may be another option, the headmaster said slowly. But it's dangerous. For both of you. I don't care, Harry said immediately. Tell me. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. The bond connects you. What if we used that connection to help her escape? I don't understand. Your magic is linked to hers. If you could channel your power through the bond, give her access to it, she might be strong enough to break free on her own. Harry's heart leapt with hope. How do I do that? I don't know, Dumbledore admitted. Soul bonds are incredibly rare. But if you focus on the connection, on sending your magic to her rather than simply sharing her pain, it might work. It was a long shot. But it was better than nothing. Harry closed his eyes, focusing on the bond. He could feel Bellatrix clearly now, could sense her consciousness even through the torture. She was weakening, her mental shields crumbling under Voldemort's relentless assault. Bellatrix, Harry thought as clearly as he could. I'm going to. Try something. Don't fight it. He felt her confusion, then her understanding as she recognized what he was attempting. Harry reached deep inside himself, found his core of magic, and pushed it through the bond. It was like trying to force water through a narrow pipe. The magic resisted, not meant to flow this way. But Harry gritted his teeth and pushed harder, remembering every occlumency lesson, every moment of connection they'd shared. The bond flared hot at his wrist. And suddenly, magic flooded through it. Bellatrix gasped, and through the bond, Harry felt her power surge. It was working. His magic was combining with hers, amplifying her strength. That's it, Dumbledore murmured. Keep going. Harry pushed more magic through, ignoring the way it drained him, ignoring the dizziness creeping into his vision. Bellatrix needed this, needed him. Through her eyes, Harry saw Voldemort step back in surprise. What is this? The Dark Lord hissed. Bellatrix raised her wand, when had she gotten it back, and blasted the cell door off its hinges. Run, Harry commanded through the bond. Run now. She did. Through the bond, Harry experienced her desperate flight through Malfoy Manor. Death Eaters tried to stop her, but she was stronger now, faster, fueled by Harry's magic flowing through their connection. She blasted through walls, dodged curses, her movements powered by pure survival instinct. Voldemort's rage was a physical force, pursuing her like a wave. But Bellatrix made it to the wards. Made it through them. Disappeared. The connection settled, and Harry could feel her still running, still afraid, but free. Alive. She made it, Harry breathed, then collapsed. Dumbledore caught him again, lowering him gently to the floor. Rest now, Harry. You've done enough. But Harry couldn't rest. Through the bond, he felt Bellatrix's terror as she fled through the night with nowhere to go, no one to turn to. She was free from Voldemort, but she was also alone and hunted. Where are you? Harry thought desperately. I don't know, her mental voice was panicked. Some forest. I just kept running. Describe it. She did, and Harry's knowledge of magical Britain kicked in. From her description, she was somewhere in Scotland, not far from Hogsmeade. Come to Hogwarts, Harry commanded. We'll protect you. They'll kill me on sight. I won't let them. Harry's mental voice was absolute. Trust me. Through the bond, he felt her hesitation, her fear. But finally, okay, she whispered. Okay. Harry struggled to sit up, looking at Dumbledore. She's coming here. To Hogwarts. She needs sanctuary. The headmaster's expression was unreadable. Harry, the order will never accept. Then they'll have to go through me. Harry's voice was steel. She saved us. She's been helping us for weeks. And she just escaped Voldemort to protect me. We owe her. She's killed people. So have I. The admission hung heavy in the air. I've used Cruciatus. I've killed Death Eaters in battle. Where's the line, Professor? Who decides who deserves redemption? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Very well, he said finally. I'll prepare the order. But Harry, this won't be easy. Many of them won't accept her. They'll have to, Harry said firmly. Through the bond, he felt Bellatrix getting closer, felt her exhaustion and fear and desperate hope that maybe, just maybe, she'd found a way out of the darkness. And Harry promised himself he'd protect her. No matter what it cost. Bellatrix Lestrange appeared at the gates of Hogwarts just before dawn. Harry felt her arrival through the bond before anyone else did. He was already waiting by the entrance, flanked by Dumbledore and a very reluctant McGonagall. Behind them, several Order members stood with wands drawn, including Lupin, Tonks, and Mad-Eye Moody. Their faces were hard, unforgiving. Through the bond, Harry felt Bellatrix's terror as she approached. She was expecting to die here. Expecting them to kill her on sight, and part of her thought she deserved it. "I'm here," Harry thought to her. "You're safe. I promise." She emerged from the shadows like a ghost. Her robes were torn and bloody, her wild hair matted with dirt and debris. She looked nothing like the formidable Death Eater who'd terrorized the wizarding world. She looked broken, defeated, human. "That's close enough," Moody growled, his magical eye spinning wildly. "One wrong move, Lestrange, and you're dead." Bellatrix stopped, her hands raised to show she was unarmed. Her dark eyes found Harry's, and through the bond, he felt her desperate plea for him to understand what she needed to do. "I surrender," she said, her voice hoarse. I want to help. To make amends for what I've done." "Amends?" Tonks laughed bitterly. "You tortured my parents' friends into insanity. You've killed dozens of people. There are no amends for that." "I know," Bellatrix whispered, and through the bond, Harry felt her shame, her self-hatred. "I know what I've done. I know what I am. But," her eyes flickered back to Harry. "But maybe I can be something different. Why should we believe you?" Lupin asked, his tone more measured but no less suspicious. "This could be a trap." "It's not a trap," Harry said, stepping forward. "She's telling the truth." "How can you possibly know that?" McGonagall demanded. Harry took a deep breath. This was it, the moment where he revealed everything to the people he cared about most. "Because I can feel it," he said quietly. Through this, he pulled back his sleeve, revealing the silver runes on his wrist. They glowed brightly in the pre-dawn darkness, pulsing in time with his heartbeat. The reaction was immediate. "What is that?" Tonks breathed. "A soul bond," Dumbledore said before Harry could answer. Connecting Harry to Bellatrix Lestrange. The silence that followed was deafening. Then Moody exploded. "You're bonded to a Death Eater. Have you lost your mind, Potter?" "It wasn't a choice," Harry shot back. "It happened during the fight at the Department of Mysteries. Neither of us wanted it. But you've been using it," Lupin said slowly, his eyes widening with understanding. "The visions. The information about raids. That wasn't your scar connection to Voldemort. It was her." Harry nodded. "She's been helping us. Feeding us intelligence, trying to minimize casualties when she could. And now Voldemort knows about the bond, and he'll kill her if we don't protect her." "Good," Moody spat. "One less Death Eater to worry about." "No." Harry's voice was hard, absolute. "She's under my protection. If anyone tries to hurt her, they'll have to go through me first." Through the bond, he felt Bellatrix's shock. She hadn't expected him to defend her so fiercely, hadn't believed he truly meant it when he'd promised to protect her. "Harry, you don't have to do this," her mental voice was soft. "They're right. I deserve whatever punishment they want to give me." "Shut up," Harry thought back. "You're staying." End of discussion. He felt her conflicted emotions, gratitude, disbelief, a desperate hope that maybe she really could have a second chance. "This is insane," McGonagall said, her Scottish accent thickening with emotion. "She killed Sirius Black, Harry. Your godfather. How can you possibly?" "I know what she did," Harry interrupted, his voice cracking. "Do you think I don't remember every single day? Do you think I don't see Sirius falling? Every time I close my eyes." He looked at Bellatrix, who was crying now, tears streaming down her filthy face. "But through the bond, I feel her guilt. I feel how much she regrets it. And I feel," he paused, searching for the right words, "I feel that she's more than just the monster Voldemort made her into." "The boy's been compromised," Moody said flatly. "The bond is affecting his judgment." "My judgment is fine," Harry said through gritted teeth. "I know exactly what I'm doing. Bellatrix has information about Voldemort's plans, his hideouts, his Death Eaters. Information that could help us win this war." That got their attention. "What kind of information?" Lupin asked carefully. Harry looked at Bellatrix, and through the bond, he felt her make her decision. She'd tell them everything. Burn all her bridges with Voldemort's forces in exchange for a chance at redemption. "I know where he's hiding the Horcruxes," Bellatrix said quietly. The effect was electric. Dumbledore's eyes widened. You know about the Horcruxes. Bellatrix nodded. He trusted me with that knowledge. Thought I'd take it to my grave. She laughed bitterly. He was wrong. How many? Dumbledore's voice was urgent now. 7 pieces of his soul, Bellatrix said. Including the one in the boy. She looked at Harry apologetically. I'm sorry. I know you didn't want to hear that. Harry's stomach dropped. What? The scar, Bellatrix said gently through the bond while speaking aloud for the others. It's a Horcrux. Has been since the night he tried to kill you. Harry felt like the ground had dropped out from under him. He was a Horcrux. Part of Voldemort lived inside him. I'm sorry, Bellatrix's mental voice was anguished. I wanted to tell you, but I didn't know how. How long have you known? Harry thought back numbly. Since the bond formed, I could sense his magic in you. I've been researching ways to remove it without killing you, but there may be a way, Dumbledore said, and Harry realized he'd been speaking aloud without meaning to. But we'll discuss that later. For now, he looked at Bellatrix, his blue eyes piercing. If you truly wish to help, you'll submit to Veritaserum questioning. Bellatrix didn't hesitate. Yes. And you'll accept magical restraints while on Hogwarts grounds. Yes. And you'll provide every piece of information you have about Voldemort and his forces. Everything, Bellatrix agreed. I'll tell you everything. The Order members looked at each other, communicating silently. Finally, Lupin spoke. If Dumbledore thinks she can be trusted, then I'm willing to give her a chance. But one wrong move won't happen, Harry said firmly. Through the bond, he reinforced his promise to Bellatrix. I won't let them hurt you. You might not have a choice, she thought back. But, thank you for trying. They brought Bellatrix into the castle under heavy guard. Students were still asleep, thankfully, so they didn't have to explain why a notorious Death Eater was walking through the corridors. They took her to a secure room in the dungeons, not a cell, but close to it. We'll begin questioning in a few hours, Dumbledore announced. After she's had a chance to rest and recover. Harry, you should get some sleep as well. I want to stay with her, Harry said immediately. Every adult in the room turned to stare at him. That's not appropriate, McGonagall began. The bond makes separation difficult, Dumbledore said quietly. Especially after the trauma they've both experienced tonight. It might actually be beneficial for them to remain close. McGonagall looked like she wanted to argue, but she pressed her lips together and nodded. The Order members filed out, leaving just Harry, Bellatrix, and Dumbledore. I'll have food and clothing sent down, the headmaster said. And Harry, try to get some rest. Tomorrow will be difficult. Then he was gone too. Harry and Bellatrix stared at each other across the room. She was standing against the far wall, as if trying to put as much distance between them as possible despite the bond. You can sit, Harry said gently. There's a chair. I don't deserve comfort, Bellatrix said, her voice hollow. I don't deserve any of this. Stop it. Harry crossed the room, closing the distance between them. Stop punishing yourself. Why? Bellatrix looked up at him, and Harry was struck by how lost she looked. Why shouldn't I? I've done terrible things, Harry. I've killed people. I tortured Neville's parents. I killed your godfather. Her voice broke. I deserve to die for what I've done. Maybe, Harry admitted. But you're also trying to make it right. That has to count for something. Does it? Bellatrix laughed bitterly. Will it bring back the people I've killed? Will it heal the Longbottoms? Will it bring Sirius back? No, Harry said quietly. Nothing can do that. But you can stop more people from dying. You can help us defeat Voldemort. Bellatrix was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, she slid down the wall until she was sitting on the floor. Harry sat beside her, and after a moment's hesitation, he took her hand. The bond flared between them, warm and comforting. I'm scared, Bellatrix whispered. I've never been this scared. Of what? Of hope. She looked at him, her dark eyes glistening with unshed tears. For so long, I thought I was beyond redemption. Thought I'd die as Voldemort's servant. But you made me hope for something different. And hope is terrifying. Harry squeezed her hand. You're not alone anymore. Whatever happens, we face it together. Through the bond, he felt her gratitude, her desperate need to believe him. They sat in silence as the sun rose outside, painting the dungeon walls in shades of gold. Somewhere above them, the castle was waking up. Soon, Students would fill the corridors, and Harry would have to explain to his friends what had happened. Explain why he'd brought Bellatrix Lestrange to Hogwarts. But for now, in this quiet moment, it was just the two of them. Connected by magic and circumstance. Two broken people trying to find their way out of the darkness. Tell me about the Horcruxes, Harry said eventually. Where are they? Bellatrix took a deep breath. The diary was destroyed already, Lucius Malfoy's house, though you took care of that one in your second year. Then there's the ring. Dumbledore found that one, I think. I can feel through the Dark Lord's anger. What else? A locket. It was hidden in a cave by the sea, but I don't know if it's still there. A cup, my cup, from my vault at Gringotts. Helga Hufflepuff's cup. She paused. A diadem. Rowena Ravenclaw's. I don't know where he hid that one. And then, Nagini. The snake is a Horcrux too. And me, Harry added grimly. And you, Bellatrix confirmed. But I've been researching. There might be a way to remove it without killing you. The bond might actually help. Our magic is intertwined now. I might be able to absorb the Horcrux, take it into myself. Harry's head snapped toward her. Absolutely not. Harry, I'm not letting you sacrifice yourself for me, Harry said firmly. We'll find another way. Through the bond, he felt her affection for him grow, felt how much his protection meant to her. We should rest, Bellatrix said finally. Like Dumbledore said, tomorrow will be difficult. She was right. Harry was exhausted, drained from channeling his magic through the bond to help her escape. And through their connection, he could feel Bellatrix's bone-deep weariness. He conjured a blanket and pillow, settling against the wall. After a moment, Bellatrix did the same, close enough that their shoulders touched. The bond hummed contentedly between them. Harry. Bellatrix's voice was soft. Thank you. For saving me. For believing I could be something other than what he made me. You don't have to thank me, Harry said. We're bonded. That means we take care of each other. He felt her smile through the bond, felt her slowly begin to relax. As sleep claimed him, Harry's last thought was that somehow, impossibly, Bellatrix Lestrange had become one of the most important people in his life. And he wouldn't have it any other way. Chapter 13, Truth and Consequences. Harry woke to shouting. For a disorienting moment, he didn't remember where he was. Then the bond pulsed at his wrist, and everything came rushing back. Bellatrix. The escape. The sanctuary. The shouting was coming from outside the room. Bellatrix was already awake, sitting rigidly against the wall. Through the bond, Harry felt her terror. They've come to kill me, she said quietly. I knew this was too good to be true. No one's killing anyone, Harry said firmly, standing up. His body ached from sleeping on the stone floor, but he ignored it. The door burst open, and Ron stormed in, his face purple with rage. Hermione was right behind him, her expression torn between anger and confusion. Is it true? Ron demanded. Are you actually protecting Bellatrix Lestrange? Harry moved to stand between his friends and Bellatrix. Yes. Have you lost your mind? Ron's voice rose to a near shout. She killed Sirius. She's a Death Eater. I know what she is. Do you? Hermione's voice was quieter but no less intense. Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you've forgotten. Or has she done something to you? Some kind of spell or potion? There's no spell, Harry said tiredly. Just this. He showed them his wrist, the silver runes glowing faintly in the dim light. Hermione gasped. Is that a soul bond? Yes, Harry confirmed. It formed during the fight at the Department of Mysteries. It connects me to her. He gestured at Bellatrix, who was still sitting against the wall, trying to make herself as small as possible. Ron stared at the runes, then at Bellatrix, then back at Harry. You're bonded to the woman who killed Sirius, he said slowly, as if trying to make sense of it. And you're, what? Okay with that? No, Harry said honestly. I'm not okay with it. I'll never be okay with what she did. But the bond, it makes me feel what she feels. And I feel her guilt, Ron. I feel how much she regrets everything. Regret doesn't bring people back from the dead, Ron said harshly. I know that. Harry's frustration boiled over. Don't you think I know that? But she's trying to help us now. She has information about Voldemort, about his Horcruxes. Horcruxes. Hermione's eyes widened. You know about those. Dumbledore told me, Harry lied. Actually, he'd learned about them through the bond with Bellatrix, but that was too complicated to explain right now. And Bellatrix knows where they are. She can help us destroy them." Hermione looked torn. Harry could see her logical mind warring with her emotions. Even if that's true, Harry, she's still a criminal. She's still responsible for terrible crimes. And she'll answer for them, Harry said. But after we've defeated Voldemort. After we've used her information to save lives. Ron shook his head. "I can't believe this. I can't believe you're defending her." Through the bond, Harry felt Bellatrix's pain at Ron's words. She'd expected this reaction, had known Harry's friends would hate her, but it still hurt. "I'm not defending what she's done," Harry said carefully. "I'm just saying, people can change. And she's trying to. People like her don't change," Ron said flatly. "They just get better at lying." He turned and stormed out. Hermione lingered for a moment, her expression conflicted. "I don't understand this, Harry," she said quietly. "I don't understand how you can look at her and see anything other than Sirius's murderer." "Because the bond won't let me," Harry admitted. "It makes me see all of her. The good and the bad. The monster and the person." Hermione was silent for a long moment. Then she sighed. "I'll try to talk to Ron. Calm him down. But Harry, be careful. Soul bonds can be manipulated. Make sure she's not using yours to control you." "She's not," Harry said with certainty. After Hermione left, Harry turned back to Bellatrix. She was crying silently, tears streaming down her face. "They're right to hate me," she said. "I would hate me too." "Stop it," Harry said, moving to sit beside her. "You're doing the right thing now. That's what matters." "Is it?" Bellatrix looked at him. "Will doing the right thing now erase all the wrong I've done?" "No," Harry said honestly. "But it's a start." They sat in silence for a while. Then house elves arrived with food and clean clothes, and Bellatrix was able to wash and change. She looked more human afterward, less like the wild Death Eater and more like a woman who'd been through hell. An hour later, Dumbledore returned with several Order members and a vial of Veritaserum. "Are you ready?" the headmaster asked Bellatrix. She nodded. "Yes." They administered the truth serum, and for the next 3 hours, Bellatrix answered their questions. She told them everything, every raid she'd participated in, every person she'd killed, every secret Voldemort had trusted her with. The Horcrux locations, the Death Eater hideouts, Voldemort's plans for the coming months. Through the bond, Harry felt every confession like a knife. Felt her shame and guilt as she admitted to crimes that made even the hardened Order members flinch. But she also told them how she'd been trying to help. How she'd warned Harry about raids through their bond, how she'd tried to minimize casualties when she could, how she'd ultimately chosen to betray Voldemort to protect Harry. When it was over, Bellatrix looked exhausted. The Veritaserum was wearing off, and she slumped against the wall, drained. "Well," Moody said grudgingly, "at least we know she's not lying. Everything she said was truth. The question is what we do with that information," Lupin said. "And what we do with her. She stays here," Harry said immediately. "Under protection. And when the war is over?" McGonagall asked. "When Voldemort is defeated. What then?" "Then she faces justice," Bellatrix said quietly. "A trial. Azkaban, probably. I don't expect mercy." "You won't get it," Moody said bluntly. "But for now, we can use you." It wasn't forgiveness. It wasn't even acceptance. But it was a start. Over the next few days, a routine developed. Bellatrix remained in the secure room, but Harry visited her regularly. They'd spend hours talking, planning, using the bond to coordinate. She'd teach him more advanced magic, things Voldemort had taught her. And Harry would tell her about life at Hogwarts, about his friends, about the world outside Voldemort's shadow. The bond continued to strengthen. Soon, they could communicate mentally even when separated by the length of the castle. Harry could feel her emotions constantly now. A background hum in his consciousness. And she could feel his. It was intimate in a way that went beyond physical proximity. They knew each other completely now. Every fear, every hope, every secret. Ron still refused to speak to Harry. Hermione was trying to be understanding, but even she seemed uncomfortable with the situation. The other students whispered and stared, having heard rumors about Bellatrix's presence in the castle. Harry found himself increasingly isolated. But he had Bellatrix. And through the bond, that was enough. 1 week after her arrival, Dumbledore summoned them both to his office. "I've been researching the Horcrux in Harry's scar," the headmaster said without preamble. And I believe Bellatrix may be right. The bond could be the key to removing it. Harry and Bellatrix exchanged a glance. Through the bond, Harry felt her hope and terror in equal measure. How would it work? Harry asked. The Horcrux is tied to Voldemort's magic. But your bond with Bellatrix has created a new magical connection, one that's potentially stronger. Dumbledore leaned forward. If Bellatrix could channel the Horcrux through the bond, draw it out of you and into herself, it might be possible to destroy it without harming either of you. Might, Harry repeated. You're not sure. This is unprecedented magic, Harry. There are no guarantees. Dumbledore's expression was grave, but I believe it's worth attempting. The alternative is less appealing. Harry knew what he meant. The alternative was Harry dying to destroy the Horcrux. And he'd been prepared for that. But now, with Bellatrix in his life, with the bond connecting them, he wanted to live. When do we try? Bellatrix asked. Soon, Dumbledore said. But first, you'll both need to strengthen the bond as much as possible. The stronger your connection, the better chance this has of working. How do we strengthen it? Harry asked. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled slightly. Spend time together. Trust each other. Let the bond deepen naturally. He paused. And Harry, you'll need to forgive her. Harry's breath caught. What? The bond is tied to your emotions, Dumbledore explained. As long as you harbor resentment and anger toward Bellatrix, the bond will remain incomplete. To strengthen it enough for what we need to do, you'll need to truly forgive her. Through the bond, Harry felt Bellatrix's shock and disbelief. She didn't think he could forgive her. Didn't think she deserved it. Harry looked at her. Really looked at her. At the woman who'd killed Sirius, yes. But also at the woman who'd risked everything to help him. Who'd chosen him over Voldemort. Who was trying, desperately, to be better. I forgive you, Harry said quietly. Bellatrix stared at him, tears welling in her eyes. Harry, you don't have to. I forgive you, Harry repeated, more firmly. For Sirius. For everything. I forgive you. The bond exploded with light. Silver and black energy swirled around them, so bright that Dumbledore had to shield his eyes. Harry felt the connection between them deepen, felt their souls intertwining more completely than ever before. When the light faded, Harry and Bellatrix were both gasping. Remarkable, Dumbledore breathed. The bond is stronger than I've ever seen. This might actually work. Through the bond, Harry felt Bellatrix's overwhelming emotion. Gratitude, love, hope, all tangled together so intensely it was almost painful. Thank you, she thought to him. Thank you for believing in me. Always, Harry thought back. And he meant it. Whatever came next, whatever trials they faced, they'd face them together. The bond had started as a curse. But somehow, impossibly, it had become a gift. 3 weeks after Bellatrix's arrival at Hogwarts, the first Horcrux hunt began. Harry stood in the room of requirement alongside Bellatrix, Dumbledore, and a reluctant Snape. The atmosphere was tense, charged with the weight of what they were about to attempt. On a table between them sat a small golden cup, ornate and beautiful despite the dark magic radiating from it. Hufflepuff's cup, retrieved from Bellatrix's Gringotts vault in a daring raid that had nearly cost them everything. Are you certain you want to attempt this? Dumbledore asked Bellatrix for the third time. The Horcrux will fight back. It will try to corrupt you, to use your darkest memories against you. I'm already corrupted, Bellatrix said flatly. What more damage can it do? Through the bond, Harry felt her fear. She was terrified of what the Horcrux might show her, what memories it might dredge up. But she was more terrified of failing Harry, of letting him down. You won't fail, Harry thought to her. We do this together. She gave him a small, grateful smile. Very well, Dumbledore said. He raised the sword of Gryffindor, its blade gleaming in the magical light. When I destroy the Horcrux, its soul fragment will attempt to escape. Bellatrix, you must capture it with your magic and channel it through the bond to Harry. Harry, you must then help her contain and destroy it. Do you both understand? They nodded. Dumbledore brought the sword down. The cup shattered with a scream that wasn't quite sound. Dark smoke erupted from the broken pieces, writhing and twisting as it searched for an escape. Bellatrix raised her wand, her face set with grim determination. Captivus, she shouted. The smoke jerked toward her, drawn by her magic. It fought, lashing out with tendrils of darkness that left burns on her skin wherever they touched. But Bellatrix held firm, pulling the Horcrux fragment into herself. Through the bond, Harry felt the moment it entered her. It was like watching someone get struck by lightning. Bellatrix's entire body went rigid, her eyes rolling back. Dark magic flooded through their connection, and Harry gasped as it crashed into him. Memories. Not his, not Bellatrix's, but Voldemort's. A young Tom Riddle killing his father. The creation of the first Horcrux, the murder that tore his soul. Power and ambition and a hunger that could never be satisfied. And underneath it all, fear. Tom Riddle had been terrified of death, terrified of being ordinary, terrified of being forgotten. The Horcrux tried to use those fears against them. Tried to show Harry his own death, tried to convince Bellatrix that she would always be Voldemort's servant, that redemption was impossible. But they had the bond. Harry reached through their connection, finding Bellatrix in the darkness. He wrapped his magic around hers, adding his strength to her will. Together, they pushed back against the Horcrux, refusing to let it take root. "You're stronger than this," Harry thought fiercely. "We both are." The Horcrux shrieked, a sound only they could hear through the bond. It lashed out one final time, then dissolved. Destroyed by the combined force of their magic and their connection. Bellatrix collapsed, and Harry caught her before she hit the ground. "Is it done?" Snape asked, his voice carefully neutral. Harry nodded, unable to speak. Through the bond, he could feel Bellatrix's consciousness, exhausted but intact. The Horcrux hadn't corrupted her. They'd won. "Remarkable," Dumbledore breathed. "The bond is even stronger than I believed. With this method, we may be able to destroy all the Horcruxes without significant risk." Over the next month, they did exactly that. The locket. From the cave, Harry and Bellatrix retrieved it together, fighting through Inferi and dark curses. The moment they touched it, they both felt Voldemort's magic, but the bond protected them from its influence. They destroyed it the same way they'd destroyed the cup. Bellatrix absorbed the soul fragment, Harry helped her contain it, and together they obliterated it. The diadem proved harder to find. It was hidden in the Room of Requirement, buried under decades of forgotten objects. But Bellatrix had known Voldemort well enough to guess where he'd hide something in Hogwarts, and after 3 days of searching, they found it. This Horcrux fought harder than the others. It showed Bellatrix visions of her time in Azkaban, showed Harry his parents' deaths. It tried to turn them against each other, whispering that the bond was a trap, that they should hate each other. But they'd been through too much together. The Horcrux's lies couldn't touch them. With each destruction, the bond grew stronger. Harry could now sense Bellatrix's location anywhere in the castle, could feel her emotions as clearly as his own. And she could do the same with him. It should have been invasive. Instead, it felt right. But not everyone was happy about their success. Ron still refused to speak to Harry. Hermione tried to be supportive, but even she seemed uncomfortable with how close Harry and Bellatrix had become. Other students whispered and stared, spreading rumors about dark magic and forbidden bonds. Harry didn't care. Let them talk. He knew the truth. 3 Horcruxes destroyed, Bellatrix said one evening as they sat in her secure room. 4 if you count the diary from years ago. That leaves 3. Nagini, the ring, and me, Harry said quietly. Bellatrix looked at him, her expression conflicted. We'll figure out how to remove yours. Dumbledore said. Dumbledore said it might be possible, Harry interrupted. Not that it definitely is. What if the only way to destroy it is to kill me? Then we don't destroy it, Bellatrix said fiercely. We find another way to defeat him. That's not how prophecies work. Screw the prophecy. Bellatrix's eyes flashed. I'm not losing you, Harry. Not after everything. Through the bond, Harry felt the depth of her emotion. She cared about him. Really cared, in a way that went beyond the bond, beyond gratitude, beyond anything either of them had expected. And Harry realized with startling clarity that he cared about her too. Not despite what she'd done. Not just because of the bond. But because of who she was now. The woman who'd risked everything to help him. Who'd turned against Voldemort. Who was trying so desperately to be better. Bellatrix, he said softly. I. The door burst open. Tonks stood there, her hair a shocking pink, her face pale. They're attacking Hogsmeade. Death Eaters. Voldemort's there. Harry and Bellatrix were on their feet instantly. How many? Bellatrix demanded. At least 20. Maybe more. Tonks looked at Bellatrix with barely concealed hostility. The Order is mobilizing, but Dumbledore thinks this might be a trap. To draw Harry out. Of course it's a trap, Harry said. Voldemort knows I'll come. He's counting on it. Which is why you should stay here, Bellatrix said immediately. I have to go, Harry argued. People are dying. And you'll die if you face him now. Bellatrix grabbed his shoulders. Harry, you're not ready. We haven't removed the Horcrux from your scar yet. If he kills you, then he kills me, Harry said quietly. But I can't hide while people die. You know I can't. Through the bond, Bellatrix felt his determination. And beneath it, his fear. He was scared, terrified actually. But he was going anyway. Then I'm coming with you, she said. Absolutely not, Tonks said immediately. You're staying here, under guard. I'm bonded to Harry, Bellatrix shot back. Where he goes, I go. That's how this works. She's right, Harry said. The bond makes us stronger together. And, I need her. Tonks looked like she wanted to argue, but she just shook her head. Dumbledore's not going to like this. Dumbledore can deal with it, Harry said firmly. They armed themselves quickly. Harry with his wand and the knowledge Bellatrix had taught him. Bellatrix with her wand and years of combat experience. Together, they were formidable. But would it be enough against Voldemort? The walk to Hogsmeade felt endless. Through the bond, Harry and Bellatrix reinforced each other, sharing strength and courage. Around them, Order members formed a protective formation, but Harry could feel their distrust of Bellatrix. She was still a Death Eater in their eyes, no matter what she'd done to help. They crested the hill, and Hogsmeade came into view. It was burning. Dark marks hung in the sky like poisonous flowers. Screams echoed through the streets. And in the center of it all, tall and terrible, stood Voldemort. He was waiting for them. Harry Potter, the Dark Lord called out, his voice carrying across the distance. How kind of you to accept my invitation. Let the civilians go, Harry shouted back. This is between us. Voldemort laughed. Is it? I wonder. His red eyes shifted to Bellatrix, and his expression turned cold. And you brought my wayward servant. How convenient. Through the bond, Harry felt Bellatrix's terror. But she raised her wand, standing firm at his side. I'm not your servant anymore, she called out. I'm done being your weapon. You were never anything but a weapon, Bella, Voldemort said almost gently. A broken, mad weapon that I took pity on. And this is how you repay me. By betraying me for a boy. He's more than you'll ever be, Bellatrix shot back. Voldemort's expression twisted with fury. Then you can die together. He raised his wand, and 20 Death Eaters stepped forward. The battle began. Spells lit up the night sky. Harry fought with everything Bellatrix had taught him, every trick and technique he'd learned. Beside him, Bellatrix moved like a dancer, her wand a blur. Through the bond, they coordinated perfectly, each knowing what the other would do before they did it. But there were too many Death Eaters. Too many curses flying. The Order was being driven back. Then Voldemort cast the killing curse directly at Harry. Bellatrix threw herself in front of him. Time seemed to slow. Harry watched in horror as the green light streaked toward Bellatrix. She was going to die. She was going to die for him, and the bond would probably kill him too, and... The curse hit a shield. Not Bellatrix's shield. Not Harry's. Someone else's. Dumbledore stepped between them and Voldemort, his wand raised, his expression terrible with fury. You will not harm them, Tom, the headmaster said quietly. Voldemort's lips curled into a sneer. Protecting the boy and the traitor now, Albus. How sentimental. Leave, Dumbledore commanded. Leave now, or face the consequences. For a moment, Harry thought Voldemort would attack. But then the Dark Lord smiled. Another time, then, he said. When dear Dumbledore isn't around to protect you. He disapparated, and the Death Eaters followed. The battle was over. Harry turned to Bellatrix, who was shaking violently. You almost died, he said, his voice cracking. You almost. But I didn't, she interrupted. We're both alive. That's what matters. Through the bond, Harry felt her relief. And her love. She loved him. And Harry realized, he loved her too. It was insane. Impossible. She'd killed Sirius, had done terrible things. But she'd also changed. Had risked everything for him. Had become someone different. And Harry couldn't imagine his life without her anymore. We need to talk, he said quietly. Bellatrix nodded. Yes, we do. But that conversation would have to wait. Because as they walked back to the castle, Harry felt it through the bond. Voldemort was planning something big. Something that would change everything. And they were running out of time. Chapter 15, Confessions. The castle was quiet in the aftermath of the battle. Harry and Bellatrix sat in the room of requirement, the space having transformed into a comfortable sanctuary with a fireplace and soft chairs. They'd been sitting in silence for nearly an hour, both processing what had happened, both trying to find the words for the conversation they needed to have. Finally, Bellatrix spoke. "You felt it, didn't you?" she asked quietly. "Through the bond." Harry nodded. He didn't need to ask what she meant. "You love me." "Yes." Bellatrix's voice was barely a whisper. "I know it's wrong. I know I don't deserve to feel this way about you, not after what I've done. But the bond, it made me see you. Really see you. And somewhere along the way, I fell in love with the person you are." Harry was silent, his heart pounding. "You don't have to say anything," Bellatrix continued quickly. "I know you can't possibly feel the same way. I killed your godfather. I've done terrible things. I'm a monster." "Stop," Harry interrupted. "Stop calling yourself that." He stood and crossed to her, kneeling in front of her chair so they were at eye level. "You're not a monster," he said firmly. "You were broken, manipulated, destroyed by Azkaban and Voldemort's conditioning. But you're healing now. You're becoming someone new." "Harry, I love you too," Harry said, and the words felt both terrifying and inevitable. Bellatrix stared at him, tears streaming down her face. "You can't. You shouldn't. But I do." Harry took her hands. "I know it's complicated. I know it doesn't make sense. But through the bond, I've seen all of you. The good and the bad. And I love all of it." Through their connection, emotions flooded both ways. Love, fear, hope, guilt, all tangled together so completely that Harry couldn't tell where his feelings ended and hers began. "This is insane," Bellatrix whispered. "We're insane." "Probably," Harry agreed with a small smile. "But we've been insane since the moment we bonded." Bellatrix laughed through her tears. Then, hesitantly, she reached up and touched his face. "I don't deserve you." "Yes, you do," Harry said. "You've earned it. You've changed, Bella. You're not who you were." The use of the nickname, Bella, what Voldemort had called her, should have bothered him. But coming from Harry, it felt different. Softer. Like a promise of who she could be. "I'm scared," Bellatrix admitted. "I'm scared that I'll fail you. That I'll fall back into old patterns. That Voldemort will find a way to use me against you. Then we'll face it together," Harry said. "That's what the bond means, right? We're not alone anymore." Bellatrix pulled him into a hug, and Harry held her as she cried. Through the bond, he felt years of pain and guilt and self-hatred slowly beginning to ease. She was starting to forgive herself. Starting to believe she could be more than what Voldemort had made her. When she finally pulled back, her eyes were red but clear. "What do we do now?" she asked. "We finish this," Harry said. "We destroy the remaining Horcruxes. We defeat Voldemort. And then, we figure out what comes after." "What comes after for me is probably Azkaban," Bellatrix said. "Maybe," Harry acknowledged. "But maybe not. You've been helping the Order. You've provided intelligence that's saved lives. That has to count for something." Through the bond, he felt her doubt. She didn't believe the wizarding world would ever forgive her. And honestly, Harry wasn't sure they would either. But he'd fight for her. No matter what it took. A knock on the door interrupted them. "Come in," Harry called. Dumbledore entered, his expression grave. "I apologize for the interruption, but we need to discuss what happens next." They sat, and Dumbledore conjured tea with a wave of his wand. "Voldemort is growing desperate," the headmaster said. "His Horcruxes are being destroyed, his forces are dwindling. He knows he's losing, which makes him more dangerous," Bellatrix said. "A cornered animal fights hardest." "Precisely." Dumbledore looked at Harry. "He'll come for you soon. Perhaps in days, perhaps in hours. We need to be prepared." "The Horcrux in my scar," Harry said. "We need to deal with it." "I've been researching," Dumbledore said. "And I believe I've found a way. But it's risky, and it will require both of you working in perfect harmony." Through the bond, Harry felt Bellatrix's determination. "Tell us what to do." Dumbledore explained the ritual. It would require Bellatrix to enter Harry's mind completely, to find the Horcrux fragment and pull it out through the bond. Harry would have to trust her absolutely, to lower all his shields and let her in deeper than anyone had ever been. The danger, Dumbledore warned, is that the Horcrux will fight back. It may try to possess Bellatrix, or to kill Harry during the extraction. And if something goes wrong, you could both die. When do we do it? Harry asked. Tomorrow night, Dumbledore said. I'll need time to prepare the protections. But Harry, are you certain? This is no small risk. Harry looked at Bellatrix. Through the bond, he felt her fear for him, her willingness to do whatever it took to save him. I'm certain, he said. That night, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in his bed in Gryffindor Tower, feeling Bellatrix's consciousness through the bond. She couldn't sleep either, her mind racing with possibilities and fears. Talk to me, Harry thought to her. About what? Anything. I need a distraction. He felt her amusement through the bond. All right, what do you want to know? Tell me about before, Harry thought. Before Voldemort. Before Azkaban. Who were you? Bellatrix was silent for a long moment. Then, I was different, she thought. Ambitious, yes. A bit wild. But not cruel. Not yet. She paused. I had dreams. I wanted to be powerful, but I also wanted to help people. It wasn't until my family's expectations and Voldemort's manipulation twisted those dreams that I became what I became. You can have those dreams again, Harry thought. Can I? Her mental voice was wistful. After everything I've done. Yes, Harry thought firmly. After we win this war, you can be whoever you want to be. He felt her hope bloom through the bond, fragile but growing. They talked through the night, sharing memories and dreams and fears. By the time dawn broke, Harry felt like he knew Bellatrix better than he'd ever known anyone. And she knew him just as well. The bond had made them one person in many ways. But Harry didn't mind, because that person was stronger than either of them alone. And tomorrow, they'd need that strength. Tomorrow, they'd face the Horcrux in Harry's scar. And either they'd both survive, or they'd both die trying. The ritual chamber had been prepared. With meticulous care, ancient runes glowed on the stone floor, forming a complex pattern that Dumbledore had spent hours perfecting. Candles floated in a perfect circle, their flames burning silver and black, the colors of Harry and Bellatrix's bond. The air itself felt heavy with magic, thrumming with power that made Harry's skin prickle. Are you ready? Dumbledore asked, his voice echoing in the vast space. Harry nodded, though his stomach churned with anxiety. Beside him, Bellatrix was pale but determined, her hand gripping his so tightly it almost hurt. Through the bond, he felt her fear warring with her fierce need to save him. We can do this, Harry thought to her. Together. Together, she echoed back. They stepped into the center of the circle, and immediately the runes flared brighter. Magic wrapped around them like invisible chains, binding them in place but also connecting them more deeply than ever before. Harry could feel Bellatrix's heartbeat as clearly as his own, could sense every thought flickering through her mind. Once we begin, Dumbledore warned, you cannot stop until the Horcrux is removed or you both perish. The magic will hold you until completion. Do you understand? We understand, Harry said firmly. Dumbledore raised his wand, and the ritual began. Latin words flowed from the headmaster's lips, ancient and powerful. The magic in the room intensified, pressing against Harry from all sides. He gasped as the bond suddenly opened completely, every barrier between him and Bellatrix dissolving. Her consciousness flooded into his mind. It was overwhelming. Harry felt everything Bellatrix had ever felt, every joy, every pain, every moment of her life playing out simultaneously. Azkaban's darkness, Voldemort's manipulation, her family's cruelty, but also brief moments of light. Her sister Andromeda's laughter before the family cast her out. The pride she'd felt the first time she mastered a difficult spell. The desperate hope that maybe, somehow, she could be redeemed. And through it all, her love for him. Fierce and absolute and terrifying in its intensity. I'm here, Harry thought, anchoring himself in their connection. Find the Horcrux. I trust you. He felt Bellatrix's determination surge. Her consciousness moved through his mind like a searchlight, looking for the darkness that didn't belong. Past his memories of the Dursleys, past Hogwarts and friends and adventures. Deeper, to the core of who he was. And there, wrapped around his very soul like a parasite, was the Horcrux. Harry felt the moment Bellatrix touched it. The fragment of Voldemort's soul recoiled, recognizing her as a threat. It lashed out, sending waves of pain through both of them. Harry, Bellatrix's mental voice was strained, it's fighting back. It's trying to possess me. Don't let it, Harry commanded. You're stronger than it. You're stronger than him. But the Horcrux was relentless. It showed Bellatrix visions of her darkest moments, torturing the Longbottoms, killing Sirius, every murder she'd ever committed. It whispered that she was beyond redemption, that she would always be Voldemort's creature, that she deserved to die. Through the bond, Harry felt her wavering. The guilt was too much. The self-hatred too strong. No, Harry thought fiercely. You listen to me, Bellatrix Lestrange. You are not defined by your worst moments. You are not what he made you. You are strong and brilliant and brave, and I love you. He pushed his own memories through the bond. Every moment they'd shared, every lesson she'd taught him, every time she'd protected him, helped him, chosen him over Voldemort. He showed her how he saw her, not as a monster, but as someone fighting desperately to be better. The Horcrux's hold weakened. That's it, Harry encouraged. Pull it out. You can do this. Bellatrix's consciousness wrapped around the Horcrux fragment, her magic intertwining with Harry's through their bond. Together, they began to extract it, slowly separating Voldemort's soul from Harry's. The pain was excruciating. Harry's scar burned like someone had pressed a white-hot iron against his forehead. Every nerve in his body screamed in agony. Through the bond, he felt Bellatrix experiencing the same pain, but she didn't stop. She kept pulling, kept fighting, her determination absolute. The Horcrux fragment came free with a sound like tearing silk. For a moment, it hung suspended between them, a writhing mass of dark energy that felt oily and wrong. Then Bellatrix pulled it into herself, absorbing it the way she'd absorbed the other Horcrux fragments. But this one was different. This one had been connected to Harry for 16 years. It was stronger, more deeply rooted. It tried to take control of Bellatrix immediately. Harry felt her consciousness being pushed back, felt the Horcrux attempting to possess her mind. Voldemort's memories flooded through her, his hatred, his fear, his insatiable hunger for power. It was drowning her, overwhelming everything that made her Bellatrix. No. Harry threw himself through the bond, adding his strength to hers. You will not have her. He grabbed onto Bellatrix's consciousness, anchoring her, reminding her of who she was. Together, they pushed back against the Horcrux, refusing to let it win. Destroy it, Harry commanded. Now, Bella. Destroy it while we're both strong enough. He felt her gather their combined magic, felt her focus it into a single point. Then, the Horcrux shattered. The explosion of dark magic sent them both flying backward out of the circle. Harry hit the stone floor hard, gasping for breath. His scar felt different, lighter. The constant pressure that had lived there for 16 years was gone. The Horcrux was destroyed. Harry. Dumbledore was at his side immediately. Are you all right? Bella, Harry managed, struggling to sit up. Where's Bella? She was lying several feet away, motionless. Terror seized Harry's heart. Through the bond, he reached for her consciousness and found nothing. No, Harry whispered, crawling toward her. No, no, no. Bella, wake up. Please wake up. He pulled her into his arms, searching desperately through the bond. She had to be there. She couldn't be gone. They'd survived the Horcrux extraction, had destroyed Voldemort's soul fragment. She couldn't die now. Bella, he thought desperately. Come back to me. Please. I need you. For a terrifying moment, there was only silence. Then, faint, so faint he almost missed it, he felt her. Harry. Relief crashed over him so intensely he almost collapsed. I'm here. I've got you. Bellatrix's eyes fluttered open, unfocused and confused. Did it work? It worked, Harry said, his voice breaking. The Horcrux is gone. You saved me. Tears streamed down his face as he held her. Through the bond, he felt her exhaustion, her pain, but also her relief. They'd done it. They'd actually done it. Remarkable, Dumbledore breathed. The bond, it's changed. It's stronger than before. He was right. Harry could feel it. The bond had been powerful before, but now it was something else entirely. They weren't just connected anymore. They were bound so deeply that Harry couldn't tell where he ended and Bellatrix began. Every thought, every feeling, every breath was shared. It should have been terrifying. Instead, it felt complete. Can you stand? Dumbledore asked gently. With help, Harry got to his feet, keeping one arm around Bellatrix for support. She was shaking, barely able to hold herself upright, but she was alive. They were both alive. You need rest, Dumbledore said. Both of you. The ritual has drained you considerably. They were escorted back to Bellatrix's secure room, where Harry refused to leave her side. He sat on the bed beside her, their hands clasped, the bond humming contentedly between them. "How do you feel?" Bellatrix asked quietly. "Free," Harry admitted. "For the first time in my life, my scar doesn't hurt. Voldemort's gone from my head." He looked at her. "How about you?" "Tired," Bellatrix said. "But, clean. Like destroying that Horcrux burned away some of my darkness." She smiled weakly. "Or maybe that's just wishful thinking." "It's not," Harry said firmly. "I can feel it through the bond. You're different. Lighter." They sat in comfortable silence, both processing what they'd accomplished. One Horcrux remained, Nagini, Voldemort's snake. "And then, we're going to face him soon," Bellatrix said, voicing Harry's thoughts. "The final battle." "I know," Harry said. "Are you ready?" "No," Bellatrix admitted. "But I'll fight anyway. For you. For the chance at something better." Harry squeezed her hand. "We'll win. We have to." Through the bond, he felt her determination matching his own. They'd come too far to fail now. A knock on the door interrupted them. Ron stood there, looking uncomfortable and uncertain. It was the first time he'd sought Harry out since finding out about Bellatrix. Can I talk to you?" Ron asked, not looking at Bellatrix. "Alone?" Harry glanced at Bellatrix, who nodded. "Go. I'll be fine." Harry followed Ron out into the corridor, bracing himself for another argument. "I heard what you did," Ron said finally. "Removing the Horcrux. That was mental, mate. It needed to be done," Harry said carefully. "Yeah." Ron scuffed his shoe against the stone floor. "Look, I don't like her. I probably never will. What she did to Sirius. I can't forget that." "I'm not asking you to forget," Harry said. "I haven't forgotten either. But you forgave her." Ron looked up at him. How did you do that?" Harry considered the question carefully. "The bond showed me all of her. Every terrible thing she's done, yes. But also every moment of guilt, every attempt to change, every time she chose me over Voldemort." He paused. "She's not good, Ron. But she's trying to be better. And that has to count for something." Ron was silent for a long moment. "I still think you're barking mad," he said finally. "But, you're my best mate. And if this is what you need, if she's important to you, then I'll try. I won't like her. But I'll try not to hex her on sight." It wasn't forgiveness. It wasn't even acceptance. But it was more than Harry had hoped for. "Thank you," Harry said sincerely. "Just, be careful, yeah." Ron's expression was serious. "The war's not over. And when it is, she's still going to have to answer for what she's done." "I know," Harry said quietly. After Ron left, Harry returned to Bellatrix. She was lying down now, her eyes closed, but through the bond he knew she was awake. "Did you hear all that?" Harry thought to her. "Yes," she replied. "Your friend is protective of you." "That's good. He's right, you know," Harry thought. "About what happens after the war." "I know," Bellatrix's mental voice was resigned. "I'll face whatever judgment comes. I deserve it." "You deserve a chance," Harry corrected. "And I'm going to make sure you get one." He lay down beside her, and they fell asleep wrapped in each other's arms, the bond connecting them in dreams as deeply as it connected them. In waking, tomorrow, they would begin preparing for the final battle. Tomorrow, they would face Voldemort one last time. But tonight, they had each other. And for now, that was enough. Chapter 17, Gathering Storm. The castle buzzed with tension in the days following the Horcrux extraction. Everyone could feel it, the approaching storm, the final confrontation that would decide everything. Students whispered in corridors, professors held urgent meetings, and the Order mobilized for war. Voldemort knew most of his Horcruxes were destroyed. He would come for Harry soon, desperate and dangerous. Harry spent every waking moment preparing. Bellatrix trained him relentlessly, teaching him every dark spell, every fighting technique she'd learned in her years as a Death Eater. Through the bond, they practiced coordinating their magic, learning to fight as one unit rather than two separate people. Again, Bellatrix commanded as Harry deflected her curse. "Faster. Voldemort won't give you time to think." They dueled in the room of requirement, their spells lighting up the space. Harry had improved dramatically, his movements fluid and confident. The bond gave him access to Bellatrix's experience, her instincts honed by decades of combat. But it wasn't enough. Not yet. You're still hesitating, Bellatrix said, lowering her wand. When you need to strike, you pull back. I don't want to hurt you, Harry admitted. In the real battle, you won't have that luxury. Bellatrix moved closer, her expression serious. Voldemort will use every weakness against you. If you hesitate, you die. And if you die, I die too, she finished through the bond. Harry knew she was right. The bond meant their lives were intertwined. If one fell, the other would follow. It was both their greatest strength and their most dangerous vulnerability. Teach me, Harry said. Teach me how to be ruthless. Bellatrix studied him for a long moment. Ruthless doesn't mean cruel, Harry. It means decisive. It means doing what needs to be done without second-guessing yourself. She raised her wand again. One more time. And this time, don't hold back. They dueled for hours until both were exhausted and covered in minor injuries. Through it all, the bond hummed between them, growing stronger with each exchange. That evening, Dumbledore summoned them to a meeting of the Order. The atmosphere in the room was tense. Order members filled every available space: Lupin, Tonks, Moody, the Weasleys, Kingsley, and dozens of others. They all turned to stare when Harry and Bellatrix entered, and the hostility was palpable. "Thank you all for coming," Dumbledore said, his voice cutting through the murmurs. "We have confirmed intelligence that Voldemort will attack Hogwarts within the week. He's gathering his forces for one final assault. How do we know this?" Moody demanded, his magical eye swiveling to fix on Bellatrix. "She told us," Harry said before Bellatrix could respond. "Through the bond, she can still sense Voldemort's magic. She's felt him preparing, and we're just supposed to trust her." Someone called from the back. "Yes," Dumbledore said simply. "Because without her intelligence, we would be unprepared. Bellatrix has proven her loyalty multiple times. By turning against her master when it suited her," Moody spat. "That's not loyalty. That's self-preservation. It's redemption," Harry said firmly. "She's trying to make amends for what she's done." "Amends?" Mrs. Weasley's voice was sharp. "How does one make amends for murder? For torture? For destroying families?" The room erupted in agreement, voices rising in anger. Bellatrix stood perfectly still through it all, her expression blank. But through the bond, Harry felt her pain, her shame, her certainty that she deserved their hatred. "Enough." Dumbledore's voice cracked like a whip. "We do not have time for this. Voldemort is coming, and we must be united if we hope to survive." "United with a Death Eater," someone shouted. "United against a greater evil," Dumbledore corrected. "Bellatrix has made terrible choices in her past. But she is choosing differently now. And we need every advantage we can get." "What about after?" Lupin asked quietly. "After the battle, assuming we survive. What happens to her then?" "Then she faces justice," Bellatrix said, speaking for the first time. Her voice was steady despite the emotion Harry felt churning through her. "A fair trial. Whatever punishment the Wizengamot deems appropriate. I'm not asking for mercy." "You won't get it," Moody said bluntly. "I know," Bellatrix replied. "But perhaps I can earn something better than mercy. Perhaps I can earn the chance to have tried." The room fell silent. Slowly, reluctantly, the Order members began to nod. They didn't forgive her. They didn't trust her. But they accepted that, for now, she was on their side. "Now," Dumbledore continued, "let us discuss our strategy." The meeting lasted hours. They reviewed defensive positions, evacuation plans for students, ways to counter Voldemort's forces. Harry contributed what he knew, and Bellatrix provided crucial intelligence about Death Eater tactics and weaknesses. By the end, they had a plan. It wasn't perfect, but it was something. As people filed out, Hermione approached Harry. "Can we talk?" she asked, glancing at Bellatrix. "I'll give you privacy," Bellatrix said quietly, moving to leave. "No," Hermione said, surprising them both. "Stay. This involves you too." They found a quiet corner, and Hermione took a deep breath. "I've been thinking," she began, "about everything that's happened. About the bond, about what you've both been through." She looked at Bellatrix. "I don't like you. I probably never will. What you did to Neville's parents, that's unforgivable." "I know," Bellatrix said quietly. "But," Hermione continued, "Harry loves you. I can see it in the way he looks at you, the way he protects you. And if Harry thinks you're worth saving, then maybe you are." Through the bond, Harry felt Bellatrix's shock. "I'm not saying I forgive you," Hermione clarified. But I'm willing to acknowledge that people can change. And after the war, after you've faced trial, I'll speak on your behalf. Tell them how you helped us. Why? Bellatrix asked, genuinely confused. Because Harry needs you, Hermione said simply. And I need Harry to be happy. It's that simple. Bellatrix looked like she might cry. Thank you, she whispered. After Hermione left, Harry and Bellatrix returned to her room. They sat together on the bed, processing everything. The battle is coming, Bellatrix said softly. We might not survive. We will, Harry said with more confidence than he felt. But if we don't, Bellatrix turned to face him. I need you to know that these past months have been the best of my life. You gave me hope when I thought I was beyond it. You showed me I could be something other than what Voldemort made me. Bella, let me finish, she interrupted gently. If I die in this battle, I want to die knowing I made a difference. That I helped defeat him. That I protected you. She took his hand. And that I loved you. Completely. Despite everything I've done, despite how impossible it is. I love you, Harry Potter. Harry pulled her into his arms. I love you too, he said fiercely. And we're not going to die. We're going to win, and then we're going to have a future together. I promise. Through the bond, he poured every ounce of his determination, his hope, his absolute refusal to lose her. Okay, Bellatrix whispered against his chest. Okay. We'll survive. Together. They spent that night talking about the future. About what they'd do after the war. About the life they'd build if they were given the chance. It was probably foolish, probably tempting fate. But it gave them something to fight for. As dawn broke, Harry woke to an urgent knocking on the door. He's here, Tonks said when he opened it, her face pale. Voldemort. He's at the gates with his army. This was it. The final battle. Harry and Bellatrix exchanged one last look. Together, Harry thought through the bond. Together, Bellatrix echoed. They grabbed their wands and ran to meet their fate. Hogwarts was a fortress under siege. Harry raced through the corridors with Bellatrix at his side, the bond pulsing urgently between them. Outside, he could hear explosions, screams, the sound of battle beginning. Students were being evacuated through the flow network, younger years first, while older students who'd chosen to fight were taking defensive positions. They burst onto the grounds and Harry's breath caught. Voldemort's army stretched across the horizon. Hundreds of Death Eaters, giants, werewolves, and creatures Harry didn't even have names for. At the front stood Voldemort himself, tall and terrible, Nagini coiled at his feet. The last Horcrux. He brought everything, Bellatrix whispered, her face pale. His entire force. Then we end it here, Harry said. Today. One way or another. Dumbledore appeared beside them, his wand already raised. The wards will hold for a time, but not forever. We must be ready when they fall. All around them, Order members took their positions. Harry saw Ron and Hermione among them, wands drawn despite their fear. Professor McGonagall animated the castle's statues, preparing them for battle. Even Snape was there, his expression unreadable as always. Voldemort's voice rang out, magically amplified. Harry Potter, I know you're in there. Come face me, and I will spare the others. Refuse, and I will tear down this castle stone by stone until I find you. Don't. Bellatrix grabbed Harry's arm. It's a trap. He won't spare anyone. I know, Harry said. But I have to face him eventually. We all know that. Through the bond, he felt her terror for him, her desperate need to protect him. But she also felt his determination. This was what he'd been preparing for his entire life. Together, Harry said. Like we planned. We face him together. Bellatrix nodded, steeling herself. Together. They walked to the front of Hogwarts, defenders, and Harry's voice carried across the grounds. I'm here, Voldemort. Let's finish this. Voldemort's lipless mouth curved into a smile. At last. The boy who keeps refusing to die. His red eyes shifted to Bellatrix. And my traitor. How fitting that you'll die together. The only one dying today is you, Harry called back. Your Horcruxes are destroyed. You're mortal now. Just a man afraid of death. Voldemort's face twisted with rage. Lies. The diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem, Harry listed. All destroyed. And the piece you put in me. Gone. Bellatrix pulled it out. He smiled coldly. You have nothing left but Nagini. The snake hissed at Harry's words, and Voldemort's hand moved protectively to her head. Through the bond, Harry felt Bellatrix's satisfaction. They'd gotten to him. The great Dark Lord was afraid. Then I'll simply have to kill you the old-fashioned way, Voldemort said softly. Attack! The Death Eaters charged. The castle's wards shattered under the assault, and chaos erupted. Spells flew in every direction, lighting up the dawn sky in violent colors. Harry and Bellatrix fought back to back, their magic flowing together through the bond with perfect synchronization. Left side, Bellatrix thought, and Harry spun, deflecting a curse he hadn't seen coming. 3 o'clock, Harry responded, and Bellatrix took down a Death Eater trying to flank them. They moved as one being, anticipating each other's movements, covering each other's weaknesses. Around them, the battle raged. Harry caught glimpses of his friends fighting, Ron dueling Dolohov, Hermione taking on a werewolf with a complex shield charm, Neville facing down his parents' torturer with fury in his eyes. But Harry's focus was on Voldemort. The Dark Lord cut through the battlefield like death itself, his curses killing indiscriminately. Anyone who got in his way fell. And he was moving toward Harry with single-minded purpose. We need to separate him from Nagini, Harry said through the bond. That's our only chance. I'll draw the snake away, Bellatrix thought back. You focus on Voldemort. No. Too dangerous. We don't have a choice, Harry. Her mental voice was firm. This is what we trained for. Trust me. Harry hated it, but she was right. They'd spent weeks planning this, running through scenarios. Bellatrix was the only one who could get close to Nagini without Voldemort immediately suspecting a trap. She'd been his most loyal servant once. The snake might still recognize her. Be careful, Harry thought desperately. Always, she promised, though through the bond he felt her lie. She wasn't planning to be careful. She was planning to do whatever it took to give Harry his chance. Bellatrix broke away, moving through the battlefield with deadly grace. Harry watched her approach Voldemort, watched her drop to her knees in apparent submission. My lord, she called out, her voice carrying that old manic edge. Forgive me. Potter controlled me through the bond. But I've broken free. Let me prove my loyalty. Voldemort studied her with those terrible red eyes. You think I'm foolish enough to believe that, Bella? I think you're desperate enough, Bellatrix shot back. You need me. You need someone who knows Potter's weaknesses. And I do. I've been in his mind. For a moment, Harry thought Voldemort would kill her on the spot. But then, very well, the Dark Lord said. Prove yourself. Kill Potter. Bellatrix stood, and through the bond, Harry felt her plan crystallize. She raised her wand, pointing it at Harry. To anyone watching, it looked like she was about to cast a killing curse. But Harry knew better. Now, Bellatrix thought. She spun, her wand slashing toward Nagini. Defindo. The cutting curse hit the snake, and Nagini shrieked. Not a mortal wound, but enough to enrage her. The snake struck at Bellatrix with venomous fangs, and Bellatrix barely managed to dodge. Voldemort roared in fury, turning on his former servant. And Harry saw his opening. He charged forward, channeling everything Bellatrix had taught him. Every spell, every technique, every ounce of power flowing through their bond. He hit Voldemort with a barrage of curses that drove the Dark Lord back. You think you can defeat me, boy? Voldemort snarled. I am Lord Voldemort. I am immortal. You're a scared man clinging to life, Harry shot back. And you're about to lose everything. They dueled with a fury that shook the ground. Spell met spell in midair, explosions of magic that sent fighters from both sides scattering. Harry drew on the bond, on Bellatrix's strength, on their combined power. But Voldemort was strong too. Terrifyingly strong. A curse caught Harry in the ribs, sending him flying. He hit the ground hard, gasping for breath. Through the bond, he felt Bellatrix's panic, felt her trying to reach him while still fighting Nagini. Voldemort advanced, his wand raised for the killing blow. Avada Kedavra. The green light streaked toward Harry, and time seemed to slow. This was it. This was how he died. Then Bellatrix was there. She'd apparated directly into the curse's path, throwing herself between Harry and death. The bond flared so bright it was blinding, and somehow, impossibly, the killing curse deflected. Not harmlessly. It still hit Bellatrix, still sent her crashing to the ground. But the bond had absorbed most of the impact, distributing the death magic between them. They were both dying. Harry felt it through their connection. The killing curse was tearing them apart from the inside, unraveling the magic that bound them together. They had seconds, maybe less. Harry, Bellatrix's mental voice was fading. The bond. Use it. Channel everything through me. All your magic, all your life force. Give it to me and I can. No. Harry's thoughts were anguished. I'm not letting you sacrifice yourself. You have to. Even dying, her mental voice was firm. I'm already dead, Harry. But you can still win. Take everything from me. My magic, my knowledge, my strength. And kill him. Harry wanted to refuse, wanted to find another way. But through the bond, he felt the truth. Bellatrix was right. She was dying, and if he didn't act now, they'd both die and Voldemort would win. I love you, Harry thought desperately. I love you too, Bellatrix replied. Now finish this. For both of us. Harry reached through the bond and did as she commanded. He pulled on their connection, drawing Bellatrix's magic into himself. It hurt, God, it hurt, but power flooded through him like nothing he'd ever felt. Not just her magic, but her memories, her experiences, every spell she'd ever learned. Bellatrix gasped as her life force drained away, flowing into Harry through their bond. And Harry stood, transformed. Magic crackled around him in waves, silver and black light intertwining. He raised his wand, and when he spoke, his voice carried the weight of two souls. This ends now. Voldemort threw everything at him. Killing curses, dark magic, spells that should have torn Harry apart. But Harry deflected them all, Bellatrix's knowledge guiding his movements, her power amplifying his own. Then Harry struck back, not with dark magic, not with hate, but with something far more powerful. Love. Every moment he'd shared with Bellatrix. Every time she'd chosen good over evil. Every instance of redemption and hope and change. He poured it all into one spell, channeled through their bond. Expelliarmus. The disarming charm hit Voldemort with the force of a freight train. The Dark Lord's wand flew from his hand, and in that moment of vulnerability, Harry cast his final spell. A severing charm, aimed not at Voldemort, but at Nagini. The snake's head separated from its body, and Voldemort screamed. His last Horcrux, destroyed. He was finally, truly mortal. No. The Dark Lord shrieked. No. I am Lord Voldemort. I cannot be defeated. You already are, Harry said quietly. And without his wand, without his Horcruxes, without anything to protect him, Voldemort simply dissolved. His body turned to ash, blown away on the wind, leaving nothing behind but the memory of his evil. The Dark Lord was dead. Harry collapsed beside Bellatrix, pulling her into his arms. Through the bond, growing fainter with every second, he felt her satisfaction. We won, she thought weakly. We won, Harry confirmed, tears streaming down his face. But you're dying. Bella, please, hold on. Can't, she whispered aloud, her voice barely audible. The curse, too strong. But Harry, I'm not afraid. I got to see you win. Got to help defeat him. That's enough. It's not enough. Harry's voice broke. You're supposed to have a future. We were supposed to have a future together. We did, Bellatrix smiled, blood on her lips. These months with you, they were my future. My second chance. And I'm grateful for every moment. The bond was fading now, their connection unraveling as death claimed her. I love you, Harry sobbed. Please don't leave me. I love you too, Bellatrix whispered. Always. And with her last breath, Bellatrix Lestrange died in Harry Potter's arms. The bond snapped. Harry felt it like losing a limb, like having half his soul ripped away. He screamed, the sound raw and primal, magic exploding outward from him in waves of grief. Around them, the battle was over. Death Eaters were fleeing or surrendering. The Order had won, but Harry had lost everything. He held Bellatrix's body as the sun rose, as his friends surrounded him with sympathy they didn't understand. They'd won the war, but the price had been far too high. And Harry Potter would never be whole again. The world moved on, as it always did after war. But Harry Potter remained frozen in that moment, holding Bellatrix's body as the sun rose over a battlefield littered with the dead and dying. Her eyes were closed, peaceful at last, but the absence of her presence in his mind was a wound that would never heal. The bond was gone, and with it, half of Harry's soul. Harry, Hermione's voice was gentle as she knelt beside him. Harry, we need to move her. Let the healers take care of the wounded. She's not wounded, Harry said numbly. She's dead. Ron stood behind Hermione, his expression conflicted. He'd hated Bellatrix, but even he looked uncomfortable seeing Harry's grief. "Mate, I'm sorry. I know you cared about her." Harry didn't respond, couldn't respond. His entire world had narrowed to the woman in his arms and the gaping emptiness where the bond used to be. Eventually, they managed to coax him away. Bellatrix's body was taken to be prepared for burial, and Harry was led to the hospital wing where Madame Pomfrey fussed over his injuries. He had cuts, bruises, broken ribs. But none of it compared to the pain in his chest where the bond had been severed. "The magical trauma is severe," Pomfrey said quietly to Dumbledore, not realizing Harry could hear. "Soul bonds aren't meant to be broken. The separation, it's like he's lost a limb. He may never fully recover." Harry didn't care about recovery. He just wanted Bellatrix back. The days that followed passed in a blur. The wizarding world celebrated Voldemort's defeat. Parties erupted in the streets, people danced and laughed and reveled in their newfound freedom. The Daily Prophet ran headlines about the boy who lived finally defeating the Dark Lord. But Harry felt nothing. He attended funerals for the fallen, so many funerals. Fred Weasley, Tonks, Lupin, dozens of others. Each one was a reminder of the cost of victory. But the funeral he dreaded most was Bellatrix's. Most people didn't attend. Why would they? She'd been a Death Eater, a murderer, someone who'd caused immeasurable pain. The ministry had initially refused to even allow a proper burial, wanting to dispose of her body unceremoniously. Harry had threatened to resign his Order of Merlin if they didn't give her the dignity of a funeral. Dumbledore had backed him up, and eventually the ministry relented. On a grey morning 2 weeks after the battle, a small group gathered at Bellatrix's grave. Harry, Hermione, surprisingly Neville, and Professor McGonagall. That was all. "I know what she did to my parents," Neville said quietly as they stood over the freshly turned earth. "I'll never forgive her for that. But, she helped defeat Voldemort. She died protecting you. That has to count for something." "It does," Harry said, his voice hoarse from disuse. "She changed. At the end, she chose good. Do you think she found peace?" Hermione asked softly. Harry thought about those final moments. The bond fading, Bellatrix's smile, her last words. "I'm grateful for every moment." "Yeah," Harry said. "I think she did." After the others left, Harry remained at the grave. He'd placed a simple marker, Bellatrix Lestrange, with the dates of her birth and death. Nothing about her crimes, nothing about redemption. Just her name and a single line he'd added. "She chose love." "I miss you," Harry said to the headstone. "Every second of every day, I miss you. The bond, it's gone, but I can still feel where it used to be. Like a phantom limb." The wind rustled through the trees, but there was no answer. There would never be an answer again. "I know you'd tell me to move on," Harry continued. "To live the life you gave me. But I don't know how to do that without you." He sat there until darkness fell, talking to her grave, telling her about the world she'd saved. About how the Death Eaters were being rounded up, how the ministry was reforming, how peace was slowly returning. When he finally left, he left a part of himself behind. Months passed. The wizarding world rebuilt. Trials were held for captured Death Eaters, with most receiving long sentences in Azkaban. The Malfoys turned witness against other Death Eaters and received lighter sentences. Reforms were instituted to prevent another dark wizard from rising. Harry was offered countless positions, head Auror, Minister of Magic, even Headmaster of Hogwarts eventually. He turned them all down. Instead, he became a simple Auror, hunting down the remaining Death Eater stragglers who hadn't been caught. His friends worried about him. Ron and Hermione, now engaged, tried to include him in their plans. Ginny attempted to rekindle their romance. But Harry couldn't. The part of him capable of loving someone else had died with Bellatrix. 1 year after the battle, Harry returned to her grave. It was May 2nd, the anniversary of Voldemort's defeat. The world was celebrating, but Harry was mourning. "I keep thinking about what you said," Harry told the headstone. "About us having a future together. About the life we'd build. And I wonder, was it all a dream? Or did we really have something?" He closed his eyes, and for just a moment, he could almost feel her presence. Not the bond, that was truly gone. But something else. A memory of warmth, of connection, of love that transcended death. "I've been offered a teaching position at Hogwarts," Harry said. "Defense against the dark arts. I'm thinking of taking it." You'd probably laugh at that. Me, a teacher. But I think I could help people. Teach them what you taught me. The wind shifted, and Harry could have sworn he heard her voice. Do it. Help them. That's your redemption. Just like she'd found hers. I love you, Harry whispered. I'll always love you. And I promise, I'll live the life you gave me. I'll make it mean something. He stood, placing fresh flowers on the grave. As he walked away, he felt something shift inside him. Not healing, he'd never fully heal. But acceptance. Bellatrix was gone, but the changes she'd made to him remained. She'd taught him that people could change. That redemption was possible, no matter how dark your past. That love could exist in the most unexpected places. And maybe that was enough. Years later, Harry stood in front of a classroom full of sixth-year students, teaching them the very spells Bellatrix had taught him. Defense isn't just about knowing powerful magic, he told them. It's about understanding your enemy. About seeing them as human, even when they seem like monsters. A student raised her hand. But Professor Potter, what if they are monsters? What if they're too far gone? Harry thought about Bellatrix. About the woman who'd killed Sirius, who'd tortured and murdered, who'd been Voldemort's most loyal servant. The woman who'd also risked everything to help him, who'd chosen redemption over darkness, who'd died saving his life. No one is too far gone, Harry said firmly. As long as they're willing to change. As long as they choose to be better. That night, Harry returned to his quarters, the same room Snape had once occupied. He pulled out a small box from his desk drawer. Inside was a single object. The silver pendant Bellatrix had worn, which had survived the battle. He held it, remembering. The bond was gone, but the love remained. And Harry knew, wherever Bellatrix was now, she was finally at peace. Just as, someday, he would be too. The runes on his wrist had faded completely. No trace remained of the bond that had connected them. But sometimes, late at night when Harry was alone, he swore he could still feel her presence. Not real. Just memory. But memory was enough. It had to be. Chapter 20, A New Beginning. 5 years after the war, Harry Potter stood at the Hogwarts train platform, watching students board the Scarlet Engine. It was September 1st, and another generation was heading off to learn magic, to discover themselves, to forge their futures. Harry, now a permanent defense against the dark arts professor, would see them in class tomorrow. Professor Potter. A young girl with bushy hair and eager eyes ran up to him. Is it true you defeated you-know-who? Harry smiled gently. It's true. But I didn't do it alone. Who helped you? The girl asked. Harry paused, considering his answer. The world knew the basic facts of the battle. They knew Bellatrix Lestrange had been there, that she'd died in the fight. But they didn't know the truth. Didn't know about the bond, the love, the impossible connection that had changed both their lives. Maybe they didn't need to know. A lot of people helped me, Harry said finally. Some of them were unexpected. But that's what I've learned, help can come from the most surprising places. The girl beamed and ran off to join her friends, already telling them about meeting the famous Harry Potter. Harry turned to leave and nearly collided with someone. Sorry, he said automatically, then froze. The woman in front of him had dark hair and kind eyes. She was older than Harry, maybe in her 30s, and she carried herself with quiet confidence. You're Harry Potter, she said. Not a question. And you are? Harry asked. Andromeda Tonks, she said, extending her hand. Though I was born Andromeda Black. Harry's breath caught. Black. Bellatrix's sister. I know who you are, Harry said quietly. I'm sorry about Tonks. And Lupin. They were good people. Thank you, Andromeda said. I'm raising their son, Teddy. He'll be old enough for Hogwarts in a few years. She paused. But that's not why I wanted to speak with you. It's about Bellatrix, Harry guessed. Andromeda nodded. We weren't close. The family, they drove us apart when I married a Muggleborn. But she was still my sister. She looked at Harry intently. What really happened at the battle? The official reports say she died fighting Death Eaters. But I've heard rumors. Harry led her away from the crowd to a quiet corner. The truth is complicated, he began. And slowly, carefully, he told her. About the bond, about Bellatrix's redemption, about their impossible love. About how she'd sacrificed herself to give him the strength to defeat Voldemort. Andromeda listened without interrupting, tears streaming down her face. She changed, Harry finished. I know what she did. I know the lives she destroyed. But at the end, she chose differently. She chose good. I wish I'd known, Andromeda whispered. I wish I'd gotten to see her one more time. To tell her. She trailed off. To tell her what? That I forgave her. That I still loved her, despite everything. Andromeda wiped her eyes. The family destroyed her, Harry. Our parents, our beliefs, the expectations. They broke her long before Voldemort finished the job. But if she found redemption with you, if she died trying to be better, then maybe there's hope for all of us. They talked for another hour, sharing memories. Andromeda told Harry about Bellatrix as a child, brilliant and wild and full of dreams. Harry told Andromeda about the woman Bellatrix had become, scarred and broken but fighting to heal. When they finally parted, Andromeda hugged him. Thank you, she said. For giving her a chance. For seeing past the monster to the person underneath. She saved me, Harry said simply. In more ways than one. After Andromeda left, Harry walked the grounds of Hogwarts. It was evening now, the castle lit by torches, students settling into their dormitories. Everything was peaceful. He found himself at the spot where Bellatrix had fallen. The battle damage had been repaired, the blood washed away. No trace remained of that terrible day. Except in Harry's heart. I met your sister today, Harry said to the memory of Bellatrix. She wanted to know what really happened. I told her the truth. The wind rustled through the trees. I've been thinking about what you said. About living the life you gave me. Harry smiled slightly. I'm trying. Teaching helps. Helping these kids, making sure they don't fall into the same darkness that claimed you. It gives me purpose. He pulled out the silver pendant he always carried. But I still miss you. Every day, I miss you. The bond is gone, but I swear sometimes I can feel you. When I'm teaching, when I'm helping someone change their life. I feel you smiling. Harry closed his eyes, remembering her smile. Not the manic grin of the Death Eater, but the soft, genuine smile she'd reserved only for him. I hope wherever you are, you're at peace, Harry said. I hope you know that you succeeded. You got your redemption. You proved that people can change, that no one is beyond saving. A voice spoke from behind him. Talking to yourself, Harry. Harry turned to find Dumbledore approaching, though the headmaster looked older, more tired. Talking to her, Harry corrected. Dumbledore nodded, understanding. The bond may be gone, but the love remains. Forever, Harry agreed. They stood in comfortable silence, two men who'd both loved people they couldn't save. Do you regret it? Dumbledore asked finally. The bond. Everything that happened. Harry considered the question. Did he regret loving Bellatrix? Regret the pain of losing her? Regret the hole in his heart that would never fully heal? No, he said firmly. She taught me something important. That people deserve second chances. That redemption is always possible if you're willing to fight for it. He looked at Dumbledore. Without her, I'd never have had the strength to defeat Voldemort. Without her, I'd never have learned what real love means. Love that asks nothing, Dumbledore said softly. Love that gives everything. Exactly. Dumbledore placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. She would be proud of you, Harry. Of the man you've become. Of the lives you're changing. I hope so, Harry whispered. As Dumbledore left, Harry remained a moment longer. I'll keep my promise, he said to the wind. I'll live. I'll help people. I'll make your sacrifice mean something. He paused. And I'll never forget you. What we had, what we shared. It was real. It was beautiful. And it was worth everything. The stars began to emerge overhead, scattered across the darkening sky. Harry looked up at them, remembering a night when he and Bellatrix had stargazed through the bond, sharing dreams of a future that would never come. But they'd had their moment. Brief and impossible and perfect. And that would have to be enough. Harry turned and walked back toward the castle. Tomorrow, he'd teach another class. Help another student. Live another day of the life Bellatrix had died to give him. The bond was gone, but her legacy remained. In every student Harry saved from darkness. In every person he showed that redemption was possible. In every choice he made to see the human beneath the monster. Bellatrix Lestrange had been many things: Death Eater, murderer, torturer. But she'd also been a woman capable of change, capable of love, capable of the ultimate sacrifice. And Harry would spend the rest of his life proving that her redemption had been real. That she'd been worth saving. That their love had mattered. As he entered the castle, Harry touched the pendant beneath his shirt. "Good night, Bella," he whispered. And somewhere, in whatever came after, he liked to think she heard him. That she was smiling. That she was proud. That she knew her sacrifice hadn't been in vain. The boy who lived continued living. And the woman who died saving him would never be forgotten. Their bond was broken, but their love was eternal. And that was magic even death couldn't destroy. And that is just the beginning of Harry's true destiny. If you want to see how far his power rises, or how the wizarding world reacts next, make sure you like this video and comment if you want part 2. And hey, if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe right now. Because I upload daily dark and powerful Harry Potter what-if stories. And trust me, the next one will be even more insane. And I'll see you in the next magical chapter. Until then, stay legendary.